now and ask for the freedom to get around and enjoy life again.
From the Fox Business Network newsroom, and Courtney Friel is on the .com watch. Right now, we've got the hot list of stories for you.
There are new efforts today to identify a little girl known as Baby Grace. Her remains washed upon the shore in Texas. Nobody knows who she is. Nobody has claimed her. Now hundreds of tips are pouring in. We're going to talk to an investigator about this and why it has become so emotional for the sheriff's department involved.
And a startling new study that could affect your kids. The findings say the amount of sleep your child gets each night could affect their chances of becoming obese. Details that parents need to know coming up. But we begin this hour with a developing situation in Pakistan. Chaos in the streets there as thousands of lawyers, yes, lawyers, clash with security forces in Islamabad. The sudden violence in response to President Pervez Musharraf's state of emergency declaration. Since imposing the rule 2 days ago, more than 1,500 opposition activists have been arrested. In fact, we just saw a number that 2,300 people are in lockup right now. Musharraf claims his decision to oust judges, cut off media outlets, and suspend the Constitution is in response to increasing militant threats. But some say his actions are a last-ditch effort to save his presidency. Farzana Fiaz joins us now from Lahore, Pakistan, where protests are also taking place. Farzana, what's happening there now?
At the moment in Lahore, things seem to be back to normal, but earlier this morning there was a protest by the lawyers, as you mentioned, at the Lahore High Court on the Mall Road, which is the main thoroughfare that runs through the city of Lahore. At first, the lawyers confined their protest to within the High Court premises themselves. When they decided around lunchtime, Pakistan time, to take the protest out onto the street, they were met by hundreds of riot police who charged into them. There were reports of tear gas being thrown, of bricks being thrown, and of baton charges. I have heard that figures of up to about 80 or 90 people, journalists and lawyers alike, have been injured and some have been taken to hospital.
Now, President Musharraf says he has taken these extraordinary measures to defend the country from Islamic radicals. When you see police taking on a bunch of lawyers in suits and ties, it doesn't exactly support, at least visually, his contention.
I think you're absolutely right, but this isn't the first time that the police forces, at the behest of President Musharraf, have taken action against the lawyers. The lawyers have been protesting throughout the year, from the beginning of the year, at various stages of the political situation that's been developing this year. And in March, they were seen all over the news supporting the Chief Justice, who had been forced to resign by President Musharraf. And yet again, it seems to be the lawyers mainly, and also the journalists, NGO workers, and human rights activists who are at the forefront of the protests.
It's going to get hot in the next few days, I think. Farzana Fiaz, thank you.
The U.S. and Palestinian leaders, John, are expressing new hope today for peace in the Mideast before President Bush leaves office. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice met with Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas in the West Bank. She says she's hoping that a U.S.-sponsored peace conference that's planned for next month will revive stalled talks between the Israelis and Palestinians. Also, Abbas said he received encouraging signs from Israel and the U.S., and he agreed with Prime Minister Ehud Olmert that there is a real possibility for achieving peace.
Jordan's military court sentences an al-Qaeda militant to death. The suspect, a Jordanian of Palestinian descent, was convicted for his involvement in the 2003 Jordanian embassy bombing in Iraq. 19 people died in that attack. Lawyers for the defendant plan to appeal the court's decision, saying he was tortured to confess involvement in that homicide bombing.
And, John, we've been following this breaking news involving U.S. Airways, both in Washington and at Reagan National in Washington, D.C. I'm sorry, but in Boston and in Washington. A couple of flight attendants and crew members getting some medical attention after they smelled something quite strange in the area of the cockpit. Harris, can you explain what's going on?
Well, right now they are looking at those crew members, those 5 crew members, who, by the way, from what we're learning now, requested medical attention after they felt dizzy. They smelled that odor. They didn't feel well. As they landed safely, that flight, U.S. Airways Flight 2022, landing safely at Boston Logan, everybody's okay except for those 5 crew members who say they don't feel well, and so they're checking them out and the plane. Real quickly now, just want to confirm that there were 81 passengers on board that plane. We are trying right now to get somebody from there on the phone with U.S. Airways. You can imagine if you have a relative, if you have a friend, if you know somebody who's on that flight, if you know that crew and you're at home and you're watching, you want to know how those people really are. So we are trying to get the word out to people to get on the phone with us and tell us what they're doing. Right now, what we can see is what we can see from the tarmac, from the air. And we know that the 81 people who were on that flight were evacuated safely. We know that those 5 members have been taken to a local medical facility. We don't know their current conditions. They were complaining of dizziness. But, you know, we had talked earlier about it possibly being the airplane may have had more than it should of carbon monoxide, an elevated amount of carbon monoxide. Consistently with that, there would be headache, there would be weakness, there would be nausea, there would be some dizziness. However, then we heard later that there was a smell of sulfur. That might not be consistent with an elevated level of carbon monoxide. So we're waiting to hear exactly what made those 5 crew members sick. We're also waiting to hear who those 5 crew members were. Were they the pilot, the co-pilot, flight attendants? So as soon as we get all of that, we'll bring it to you. We're working this story extremely hard right now because I know there are a lot of people. Airports are concerned with all the people traveling as we head into the holiday season. We want to know that everybody's safe out there.
And Harris, just as you've been speaking, and we just got off the phone with some folks from the airline who say that it is not, in fact, carbon monoxide poisoning. It is that strange sulfur smell that you were talking about. That's what raised the red flags here, and that's why that crew is getting checked out. The 5 people on board that jet are getting medical attention as a result of that.
Still have to find out where it came from, right, John?
That's for sure. You do not want fire at 31,000 feet. That is very, very deadly. Thanks very much, Harris Faulkner.
Well, John, on to the story of a beautiful young British student who has been found murdered in a small Italian town, and now police are now looking at a set of fingerprints on Meredith Kircher's cell phone. She was 21 years old, University of Leeds student, found dead Friday inside her bedroom, her throat slashed. Authorities are hoping that the fingerprints will lead them to somebody. In the meantime, forensic evidence suggests that she was not actually sexually assaulted, but indicates that there were signs of sexual activity before her death. More to come.
The parents of Madeleine McCann have asked Portuguese police to question 25 witnesses, including 7 friends who were dining with the couple when Madeleine disappeared. Employees at the resort, including the nannies who had looked after Madeleine, also are on the list. Meantime, Portuguese police are looking at a bag of clothing with a possible DNA link to Madeleine. The items said to have been found just over 2 weeks ago at a road stop near an airport about an hour's drive from where the 4-year-old girl disappeared in May. Experts there are said to have found traces of hair and skin with a partial DNA match to Madeleine.
Well, a Nebraska teacher accused of running away with a 13-year-old boy, a student. She's due in court today. She's 25-year-old Kelsey Peterson. She and the boy were tracked down in Mexico on Friday. Authorities say she took off with him after reports surfaced. The school found out they had a sexual relationship. She's back in the United States. Where is he? Rick Leventhal has the very latest. Rick?
Well, Jane, Kelsey Peterson trading a classroom for a courtroom today. She's scheduled to appear before a U.S. magistrate judge in California this afternoon to face federal charges of transporting a minor across state lines for sexual activity. Peterson, a 25-year-old middle school math teacher and basketball coach, was caught in Mexicali, Mexico with a 13-year-old 8th grader she allegedly ran off with because the two were having a sexual relationship, and some people apparently found out about it. The boy, Fernando Rodriguez, is now with relatives, including his grandmother, a couple of uncles, and his father in the southern state of Guanajuato. He may not return to Nebraska, where he was living with an aunt, because he was an illegal immigrant. The couple were caught in Mexicali after a week-long search when the boy called home asking for money, and his relatives contacted authorities. Peterson, who reportedly has an 8-year-old daughter, also faces charges in Nebraska of kidnapping, child abuse, and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. I spoke with a staff member this morning at Lexington Middle School, where Peterson began her troubling relationship with the boy. I'm told counselors are available for kids who want to talk, but they say things are going well, and they're getting back to the business of learning. The incident opened some eyes, they say, and came as a shock to the school and the community, as you might imagine. Well, right now, federal prosecutors are working with state and county authorities to determine which jurisdiction Peterson will face charges in. We should know more after the court appearance this afternoon, guys.
Rick, thank you. Well, this morning, an accomplice in the death of a pregnant woman in Ohio This accomplice pleaded guilty just a couple of minutes before her jury trial was set to begin. Her name is Maisha Farrell. She's a high school classmate of a suspended police officer named Bobby Cutts Jr. He's the one accused of killing his pregnant girlfriend. Her name is Jessie Davis. This all happened back in June. So in court today, Maisha Farrell admitted to helping Bobby Cutts dispose of Jessie's body. Maisha Farrell was sentenced to 2 years in prison. She has agreed to testify against Bobby Cutts. Davis's disappearance drew national attention. You probably remember this story. Thousands of people ended up searching for this young pregnant woman for 9 days. Her body eventually was found about 20 miles away from her home near North Canton, Ohio.
A major wildfire burning almost 500 acres of land in Arizona. We will have the latest on containment efforts and the investigation into possible arson. Also, taking a look now in Boston. Apparently, that is the airliner that has caused a medical scare. At least 5 members of the crew say they smelled something that smelled a lot like burning sulfur on board that flight. It was a flight from Reagan Airport to Boston. They turned it around and set it on the ground. Apparently, everybody got off okay, but there are questions about exactly where that smell came from. We'll keep you updated. It's all happening now.
Some are calling Lions for Lambs anti-American. Could it ruin the careers of Cruz and Redford? We examine the ticking Tom bomb. Plus, as Hillary was hammered by rival Dems, what did her body language say? Our expert dissects her dreadful debate on the Factor.
It's here, and it's flying off the shelves. Delicious Dunkin' Donuts coffee, now available in your coffee aisle. America runs on Dunkin'.
You ever notice when your back hurts, you get stuck? Well, this is how I get unstuck. Bare back and body. Takes the pain away, gets me moving again. Bare aspirin. Expect wonders.
Wherever good can overcome, that is where your contributions to the Salvation Army go.
Jed Clampett, a poor mountaineer barely keeping his family fed, when in the summer of '63 he was shooting at some food, becoming a millionaire overnight. Soon afterward, he loaded up his truck and moved to Beverly Hills.
I was suspicious of this whole Texas tea theory.
A new investigation reveals that in the summer before Jed moved away from there, he switched his car insurance to Geico, saving a substantial sum of money.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
First dates are brutal. What am I going to wear?
Oh, no, he's early?
Oh, no. Oh, no! Hello?
This is Jim from Brinks Home Security. Are you all right?
I think so. I don't know. Someone tried to break in.
Sending help right now.
Thank you.
Call 1-800-887-1245 now to blanket your home with protection from Brinks Home Security and install a personalized system for just $99. Inside, Brinks delivers peace of mind to you and your family with state-of-the-art sensors and detectors engineered to help protect and alert. This includes the Brinks Security Keypad, your link to the Brinks 24-hour award-winning monitoring centers that can provide a fast response to both you and the authorities. Call now to get the $99 installation and a second keypad installed free. That's a $135 value. Plus, you could save up to 20% on your homeowner's insurance. Call 1-800-887-1245 now and get the system installed for just $99. Brinks Home Security, dedicated to rapid response and peace of mind 24 hours a day. Call now.
Bolton blasts the UN. Will his explosive comments further strain U.S. foreign relations? John Bolton defends his book on Hannity and Collins. Plus, she was savagely killed. Now the man charged with her murder heads to trial. Greta talks to his lawyers tonight.
Here's what's happening now in Boston. We're taking a look at this airplane. It's a Star Alliance plane. Now, if you're a little confused by that, because we've been talking about U.S. Airways, Star Alliance is a consortium of airlines that banded together for marketing and other purposes, frequent flyer programs, mile sharing, that sort of thing. About a dozen airlines involved. United is one of them. U.S. Airways is one of them. Now, one of the things that they do is keep spare airplanes available at airports for members that need them. If a plane gets broken, it's a lot more effective for a bunch of airlines to have 1 or 2 planes sitting around rather than for each of those airlines to have 1 or 2 planes sitting around in case of need. So apparently this U.S. Airways flight from Reagan to Boston had a problem, turned around, landed at Reagan again. Then they borrowed this Star Alliance jet and flew up to Boston on this Airbus 319 with the Star Alliance logo, even though it was a U.S. Air flight. But apparently there was still some kind of problem on board the replacement plane, or at least the crew maybe had some kind of a hangover, and I don't mean that in an alcoholic way. Some kind of a hangover from what they had experienced on the earlier flight. At any rate, we'll try to get it sorted out. It's all happening now in Boston.
John, a wildfire burning just south of Prescott, Arizona. Right now is about 40% contained. It has already charred 420 acres of land since it started on Tuesday. Prescott National Forest officials say, thankfully, no structures are threatened. The crews are going to continue efforts to try to contain this thing. Nobody's been hurt, and they are looking at possible arson in this case.
Happening now in the sex scandal rocking the South African girls' school established by Oprah Winfrey, as the former matron pleads not guilty to assault charges involving at least 6 teenage students. The talk show queen is speaking out, calling the scandal one of the most devastating experiences of her life.
What I know is that no one, not the accused, nor any persons, can destroy the dream that I have held and the dream that each girl continues to hold for herself at this school. And I am prepared to do whatever is necessary to make sure that the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy for Girls becomes the safe, the nurturing, and enriched setting that I had envisioned.
So how is Oprah handling this scandal, and what impact might it have on her reputation? Joining us now, Peter Shankman, media relations consultant and the author of PR Differently. It's interesting, Peter. I mean, this school opened to great fanfare back in January, I think it was. It was on the newscast. We carried it. Everybody carried it. And then it just sort of went away. Then the first thing you hear about it is that a bunch of kids have been sexually abused.
Well, in their defense, you're not going to hear at another day students get taught by teacher.
Right.
Oprah is untouchable. Let's start right there. Oprah didn't. What she did is a classic example of how to do media relations the right way and how to handle crisis management.
Getting out in front to get a crisis.
Not only did she get out in front of it, but you're going to realize this didn't happen in southern Chicago, where it'll be all over the front page of the Chicago Herald or Chicago Tribune, or it didn't happen in New York, where the papers will run wild. It happened about 12,000 miles away. And while it's a tragedy, and she's smart to get out there and say, hey, this was a mistake, this is not something, because of its distance, that's going to be remembered if it goes quietly in a week or 2 weeks. And she's Oprah. This isn't Lindsay, smacking up her car after doing lines all night. This is Oprah Winfrey. She's never had a bad day in her life.
She says that, she didn't do this. She was not responsible, although the buck does stop with her. And I think people actually kind of like that. They like that. I'm responsible even if I didn't do it.
She could have very easily said, hey, you know what, I didn't make the hiring decisions, and they'll deal with it in their courts. But to go in front of it and really just puts her in this wonderful light of, I'm a millionaire-ess and I'm a celebrity, but you know what, I feel for this and I'm going to handle it. She's doing it so well.
But the fact is, too, that, it does generate a new round of stories about how she spent $40 million plus on this school to educate underprivileged kids in a country where education, especially of black females, has not been a high priority.
Agreed. But again, she didn't spend $40 million and then do it to import drugs or do it for nefarious reasons. What happened was a tragedy, but it wasn't a tragedy that she made or that anyone like her could have predicted.
But I guess what I'm saying is it sort of reminds people about this altruistic side that she has to her, and despite the bad publicity, it becomes good publicity.
Exactly. It's I wouldn't say it's good publicity, but it's certainly not going to harm her. This doesn't threaten her empire. This doesn't threaten her career. She went in front of it. She's taking care of it. And the next thing you're going to hear is that teachers probably found guilty and put away, and life will go on.
Peter Shankman, thank you.
My pleasure.
Well, John, TV writers have gone out on strike today. The Hollywood writers, they're looking for their share of internet revenue, basically, and some pretty big bucks are at stake. We also want to know what's going to happen to our favorite TV shows. Jenna Lee is in the Fox Business Newsroom. Jenna?
Hi there. Well, you know, 12,000 screenwriters are now currently on strike. And if this strike lasts, let's say, 5 or 6 months, the total damages are estimated around $2 billion. But if looking from Hollywood back to Wall Street, it doesn't seem that investors are that concerned about this strike and how it will affect media stocks or entertainment stocks. But there is a lot of news in the media sector, and hopefully I'll be able to talk to you a little bit about that in just a bit.
Jenna, we will see you then. John?
All right, Jane, thank you. Take you back to Boston and what's happening now there. People are starting to exit that Star Alliance plane, really a U.S. Airways flight that came in from Reagan National. Strange odor on board, apparently. Crew members smelled it apparently before they took off. They swapped their U.S. aircraft for a plane that has the Star Alliance logo. That's a consortium of airlines banded together for marketing and other purposes. At any rate, still some kind of a problem on board. When we get it sorted out, we'll bring it to you.
The race is on. This program is brought to you by Morgan Stanley.
From a meeting in Manhattan to a forum in Asia, Davos, Frankfurt, St. Petersburg, person to person, place to place, deal by deal. Wherever ideas and industry come together, wherever money is being made, chances are we're there. And so are our clients. Morgan Stanley, worldwide.
Getting important legal documents doesn't have to be expensive or time-consuming. I'm Robert Shapiro, and I created LegalZoom.com with that promise.
Wills, incorporation, living trust, and more. In 3 easy steps, LegalZoom.com helps you prepare quality legal documents in minutes. Over 500,000 Americans have made LegalZoom.com the leader for legal document services. Make a will for only $69. Incorporate a business for $139.
LegalZoom.com. We put the law on your side.
It was midnight when it appeared, with big fangs oozing with slime. It was Monster Mucus!
When mucus causes a child chest congestion and coughing, the nights aren't fun for anyone. New Mucinex Cough Mini Melts, the quick melting, great tasting way to break up mucus and quiet coughing.
Mini Melts! Ghost stories over! You want to hear a bedtime story?
Mucinex in, mucus out.
Attention Medicare recipients. Are your breathing troubles holding you back? Enjoy the freedom of a small compact nebulizer or Med4Home's competitively priced inhalers. To talk about your breathing solutions, call Med4Home at 1-800-897-8862. We'll deliver breathing medications, inhalers, and portable nebulizers right to your door.
Med4Home will even file the Medicare paperwork for you. So call now to speak to a pharmacy consultant. We're standing by to talk to you.
Why are people switching to Scottrade?
Easy. There's an office around the corner from my house and one by where I work.
We aim to please.
What is it?
We were hoping you could tell us.
This time, they have to save the planet. Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Surfer.
There have been 56 deaths in 1408.
56.
John Cusack unlocks the mystery of 1408. Order it tonight. Hit movies without the trip to the video store. On demand with Comcast Digital Cable.
$7 trades are just part of our story.
It's great rate CDs, mutual funds, no fee IRAs. They got it all.
Hey, whatever you need.
The situation in Pakistan forcing the United States to take a look at our ties with that country, specifically financial ties. Just last year, President Bush called President Pervez Musharraf a strong defender of freedom. Pakistan became an ally in the war on terror, of course, right after 9/11.
Now, this emergency rule imposed by Musharraf is putting the U.S. in a very tight spot, possibly jeopardizing relations and billions of dollars of aid from the U.S. to Pakistan. Fox News foreign affairs contributor and former ambassador to Morocco, Mark Ginsburg, joins us now live. Ambassador Ginsburg, why is Musharraf doing this? Clearly, he was told not to by the United States. What's up?
Well, John, first of all, congratulations on the new show, and let me answer your question. He's really engaged here in his own personal coup d'etat against the Supreme Court. He had heard from a Supreme Court justice, based on the contacts that we have seen in reports in the media, that he was going to be told by the Supreme Court in a decision that his election to the presidency was going to be overturned by the Supreme Court. So he moved before the Supreme Court was able to issue its opinion. So this is really his own personal coup d'etat to legitimate his continuation as president against anything and everything that we had wanted to see happen there.
Well, and apparently he's presented a bunch of the Supreme Court justices with a paper that says basically sign this if you agree with President Musharraf and you can keep your job. If you don't agree with President Musharraf, you're fired.
Exactly, John. And remember, just a couple of months ago, he tried to fire the current Supreme Court leader, a Judge Chowdhury, and that led to one crisis after another, and then that resulted in Benazir Bhutto, the potential prime minister, returning. And so we have a terrible mess on our hands there because of, essentially, he's personalizing this struggle, undermining our own position in Pakistan, and making it easier for the forces of extremism to rise up against him.
And when President Bush is telling Americans and really the rest of the world that so much of what we're trying to do in places like Afghanistan and Iraq is to fight for democracy, when one of our allies is stripping democracy away from his citizens, that's a really embarrassing position for the White House.
Well, there's no doubt, John, and for our viewers, there's a real grave concern here because, you know, John, in the public opinion polls in Pakistan, it is an unfortunate result that Osama bin Laden is more popular there than Musharraf. And Benazir Bhutto, who just returned, is clearly the most popular politician. We don't know what's going to happen to her efforts to have an election held. We don't know what's going to happen for Musharraf's state of emergency rule. There's no doubt that he needs to take off the uniform. And there's no doubt, in my judgment, in my own personal estimation, he's not going to be long for being thrown out of office by the military itself.
Ambassador Mark Ginsburg joining us from Washington. Thanks.
Thanks, John.
We certainly have heard the threats that the TV and film writers might go on strike. Today they did it. What is it that they want, and what does it mean for you and I when we go to sit down in front of the boob tube?
Introducing Renewin, the only intensive release supplement for joint care and energy. Renewin with glucosamine and chondroitin improves joint comfort, joint mobility, and boosts energy. Renewin in stores now.
Activon Ultra Strength Arthritis. Apply directly where it hurts. Activon. Safe and effective pain relief. Activon Ultra Strength Arthritis. In stores now.
Head on. Apply directly to the forehead.
Apply directly to the forehead.
Apply directly to the forehead.
Head on is available without a prescription.
Shake it, shake it, shake it for me, pour it on. I said shake it, honey, shake it. When you shake it, you can't go wrong. Shaking Tony Chachere's, baby, pour it on.
If you like to cook, you're gonna love what Tony Chachere's famous Creole seasoning does for food. Just a shake brings out the flavor in just about everything. Tony Chachere's makes everything taste great.
Shake it, pour it on. Tony Chachere's, yeah!
It's a November to remember on Montel, and you'll see why this week. Monday, she shot her husband and went on living in the house with his body. How long? You won't believe it. Tuesday, you can help bring these fugitives to justice. Wednesday, the moment you've been waiting for, what's inside Sylvia's room.
You're not gonna believe it.
Thursday, this father learns his daughter's life-changing secret on our stage. And Friday, watch out. They're sharing everything about their shocking secret sex lives. Don't miss a minute. Check your local listings for time and channel.
Let me tell you about a very important phone call I made. When I got my Medicare card, I realized I needed an AARP Medicare Supplement insurance card too.
One simple call gave me the chance to talk with a personal health insurance advisor
Who answered all my questions about Medicare supplement plans, so I could understand it all. After I called, I was able to choose the plan that was right for me.
If you're already on or eligible for Medicare, call now to find out how an AARP Medicare Supplement Insurance Plan, insured by United Healthcare Insurance Company, helps you pay some of the 20% of your medical expenses not covered by Medicare Part B. That can save you from paying thousands of dollars out of your own pocket. These are the only Medicare Supplement Insurance Plans exclusively endorsed by AARP, a name you trust. When you call now, we'll send you this free information kit with all you need to enroll, so you can join the millions of people who've already trusted us for their Medicare supplement insurance. Plus, we'll send you this free guide to understanding Medicare.
The prices are competitive. I can keep my own doctor and choose my own hospital.
And I don't need a referral to see a specialist.
Call now to get the free information kit. Plus, we'll include this free Medicare guide. And the advantages don't end there. You can choose from a wide range of plans that are all competitively priced, so you can find a plan that best fits your needs and budget. There are virtually no claim forms to fill out. And best of all, they're the only Medicare supplement plans endorsed by AARP.
When they told me these plans were endorsed by AARP,
I had only one thing to say. Sign me up.
Call now, 1-800-431-3260, and let us help you choose the right plan. So call now, 1-800-431-3260, and find out about an AARP Medicare Supplement Insurance Plan. A personal health insurance advisor is waiting for your call.
The latest now on our hot list of top stories. Police in Pakistan using tear gas and clubs against lawyers protesting President Musharraf's emergency rule. President Bush expected to address the issue sometime today.
And meantime, here in the United States, police say a little girl that was found dead inside of a box that washed up on the shoreline in Texas truly could be from anywhere. Right now, they're going through hundreds of tips. We're going to talk to investigators in a few minutes.
And Oprah addresses the world about allegations of sex abuse at her school in South Africa, saying she was devastated to learn one of her dorm matrons is accused of abusing at least 6 students.
Let's go to Illinois now, where friends and family of a young woman named Stacy Peterson are trying to hold up their hopes that she's alive, despite several unsuccessful searches. Peterson is the 23-year-old mother who was last heard from more than a week ago. Well, today, a professional search group is going to be joining hundreds of volunteers to help look for her. The team will be organizing basically a more intense search. It's going to involve dogs, horses, divers. Jeff Goldblatt is in Bolingbrook, Illinois. Jeff, does that all start right now?
Actually, Jane, they're going to reorganize today and kind of get out a game plan, get out a base of operations. That firm is called Texas EquiSearch. It's been involved in some high-profile searches over the years, including the search for Natalie Holloway in Aruba and also the search for pregnant mother of 9 months, Jessie Davis, this summer in Canton, Ohio. And so they're talking to law enforcement today, and then they plan to get out into the neighborhoods at some point tomorrow. Searchers, and I mean friends and family members who have searched already for Ms. Peterson, they've been frustrated because they haven't gotten so far. They haven't turned up any clues or any evidence as far as Ms. Peterson's disappearance, and so they're welcoming Texas EquiSearch and believe that they can ratchet up things and make some progress as far as the search is concerned.
And Jeff, I know one of the big developments in this case today, the revelation about some emails involving her marriage.
That's exactly right. She sent some emails to a family friend on October 7th and characterized her relationship, her marriage to Drew Peterson, as rocky at best. And some of the text of that, basically she characterized her husband and their marriage as she characterized him being manipulative and controlling and somewhat abusive, and said that as she approached her 4-year anniversary, she wasn't very excited about the relationship she was in and asked her friend to pray for her and to give her wisdom.
All right, Jeff Goldblatt for us in Bolingbrook. He's been on it for days, and he will continue to be until we hear something. Jeff, thank you.
Well, keep it on Fox News Channel, because your favorite entertainment television shows may be headed into reruns. That's all thanks to a writer's strike that just began. Adam Housley live in Los Angeles with how this strike might affect the shows you want to watch. Adam?
John, we have protesters here at Paramount Studios, the Paramount Pictures lot right behind me. You can see, of course, as we get live here on television, the stoplights turn green, and we have a backlog of traffic. People, in many cases, honking their horns and stopping to look. In fact, we've already had a fender bender out here as people were looking over at the protesters and strikers and actually ran into each other here on Melrose Avenue. Now, back here live, we have a chance to talk to Bernard Lekowick, who is one of the riders on strike. You ride for the Young and the Restless. You're out here today. You guys came out here about 10 till 9, and you're out in pretty strong force here. What's it like to be on strike, first of all?
It's a way of showing our solidarity and our determination to get a fair contract.
Now, people may not remember back in 1988, it was a pretty long strike, one that affected TV viewership for a number of months. What do you expect with this one? Is this going to be a long time? Are people at home going to be without their favorite shows and sometimes their nighttime shows for a bit?
The strike will go on until the producers decide to bargain with us seriously and until we get a good contract. We, in '88, had a different situation. This one is crystal clear. If they make money off our product, we get some of it. 8 cents is what we were asking for on the DVD sales. That is less than what it costs to make the box, which carries the DVD, and there wouldn't be anything in the box without a writer.
Now, we also heard from one of the writers who said that, this time also, because of last time and the last strike, maybe the writers didn't get as much as they wanted with DVD sales, that this time they want to make sure they get a fair share when it comes to downloading off the internet and some of the new media. How does that all play into the strike?
Well, you said it better than I could say it, but I'll give you an example. The creator and writers of Hero don't get any residuals at all because Heroes is not rerun in prime time on television. It's only rerun on the internet. Viewers have watched those in rerun tens of millions of times, all of it with paid advertising, and the writers have earned nothing off of their work.
Well, John, we'll keep updating you on the strike as it goes along. As you mentioned, the shows that are affected first are going to be shows like the soap operas, but also like the night shows tonight with like Jay Leno, because they're day of air in the sense that they have jokes and writings from today, the actual events of the world, the events of the day. They're affected first, John. And, of course, those shows begin tonight, and the strike began this morning. John?
The writers' strike and the digital age, going to be interesting. Thanks very much. All right, so what does this strike mean for stocks? Let's check in with Jenna Lee. She's keeping an eye on developments from the Fox Business Newsroom. Jenna?
Thank you so much. Yeah, like I said before, the impact on stocks as far as this strike, the fallout at this point, is not significant. We don't want to downplay the fact that these are some real issues that the writers are tackling. But again, you have to look at television and entertainment companies that have exposure to things like a 24-hour news station like Fox, owned by News Corp, or also a dependency on reality shows that don't necessarily need those writers to ultimately be successful and bring in those ad dollars. So like I said, right now what we're seeing is investors, of course, recognizing that this is happening, but no real fallout directly on Wall Street for stocks.
All right, so I guess in terms of, a slice of the national pie, entertainment or media dollars, that sort of thing, minimal impact.
At this point. Again, we don't really know how long the strike is going to be. If it lasts 6 months, as some are predicting, that could be significant because then we're going to go through an earnings quarter and, of course, again, those ad dollars. And if we see big shows like, The Tonight Show or some of these soap operas, those do bring in a lot of money to some of these media companies. But, for example, like NBC, which is a part of General Electric, which has a lot of interest in a lot of different areas, that may not be that significant to impact their bottom line.
All right, Jenna Lee in the Fox Business Newsroom. Thank you.
And one of our big stories this hour is the United States basically sending a message to Pakistan today. You got to release these people you have detained. You have to restore civilian rule. Do not put a hold on democracy.
Right now, thousands of people are taken to the streets of Islamabad. They're monitoring the situation there live at the White House, as you can see. It is really an all-out clash with police over President Pervez Musharraf's state of emergency declaration.
Well, the virtual government lockdown has sparked criticism, not just from the United States, other world powers. Right now, elections in the country are expected to go on as scheduled. Scott Heidler is on the ground for us. He's in Islamabad. Scott?
Yes, hi. What we're hearing right now is that President Musharraf is meeting with his leaders. And there's a lot of discussion of what's going to go on, what's going to happen with these 3 pillars of what opposition leader Benazir Bhutto is asking for. And the last one is crucial. And that is how this process is going to go forward in restoring, bringing democracy, civilian-led democracy to this country. You see the main government buildings behind me. That's Constitution Avenue. That has been closed down since Saturday, since this emergency declaration came through. The streets of Islamabad it's a tense quiet. We had a lot of protests going on across the country today.
Scott,
multiple thousands in Lahore, also down in Karachi, and we're hearing of those protesters and also...
We're going to go to the White House. Dana Perino is actually talking about this issue right now. Let's listen in.
Consideration as we review the situation.
Is there any concern from the president that during this time of uncertainty that the work the Pakistani military was doing to try to root out al-Qaeda in its border regions would be compromised, or that this could be an opening for bin Laden and his associates?
I haven't heard that expressed, but I'm sure that since we've been cooperating with the Pakistani military to try to root out the terrorists, I don't have any reason to believe that that would end. I'll go to John.
Why hasn't the president called Musharraf, who's, after all, a key ally, personally? Is he reserving that?
The president has directed his Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice, to have that direct contact, and if there's more to update later today, we will.
But Dana, the president does take great pride in his personal diplomacy. He's met numerous times with General Musharraf. He stood shoulder to shoulder with him here and other places. Why doesn't he just get on the phone and say, back down from this?
And I'll just repeat what I just said, which is he directed Secretary Rice to deliver the message on his behalf, and if there's more to update you on later, we will.
Okay, the Pakistani Attorney General is saying that they will go ahead with elections in January.
I don't know if we have official word on that yet. I hope that that is true, but if we can get you more as this situation develops, we'll let you know.
Can fair elections be held under the circumstances?
Well, we obviously have to get back to civilian rule so that you can have free and fair elections. So there's a whole package that comes. It all has to happen at the same time.
Dana, you talked about the U.S. government being deeply disturbed and disappointed in the emergency proclamation. Benazir Bhutto's spokesman said that they view these actions as an act of terror against the judiciary, the Constitution, and the civil society of Pakistan. Does the U.S. share that view, that this would be construed as an act of terror, that the rounding up of lawyers and the crackdown on the media constitutes acts of terror?
I'm going to let her have her own definition. What we can only support as the United States constitutional measures, measures that are within the Constitution. These extra constitutional measures that President Musharraf has undertaken starting late Friday night are deeply disappointing and not something that we can support.
So Dana Perino, the White House press secretary there, talking to the media about this really embarrassing situation for the White House. President Pervez Musharraf, who is, of course, broadly supported by this administration, has invoked a state of emergency, almost martial law, really, in his country, in Pakistan, arresting 2,300 people, lots of protests, lots of trouble, and a black eye for the administration.
And you say embarrassing because we have offered so much aid to that country since 9/11, about $11 billion, and much of it has gone to the military. Jennifer Griffin is traveling with Defense Secretary Robert Gates. She's now in Beijing. He, though, earlier commented on the situation in Pakistan. Jennifer, what has been his message?
Well, his message has been very similar to what you're hearing out of the White House and from Secretary of State Rice. He's calling the situation very disturbing, very distressing, and he says that they are reviewing at this time military aid to Pakistan and other forms of aid to Pakistan. He was quick to point out, however, that they would not do anything that would disrupt Pakistan's counterterrorism efforts. That's because Pakistan has been such a key ally fighting terrorism, especially dealing with al-Qaeda up in the northwest areas, in the tribal areas. So it's not really clear how much money they're talking about, but I can tell you that in 2007, according to the foreign military funding that the U.S. provided Pakistan, it came to about $300 million and was expected to get up as high as almost $800 million next year. So we haven't heard Gates divide up exactly what would be cut off, but it would be a significant amount of money if they decided to cut off aid.
Jennifer Griffin, who's traveling with the Defense Secretary for us, she's on the phone from Beijing for us, John.
And Jane, right now, police are sifting through hundreds of tips right now on a little girl they're only calling Baby Grace. This is a sketch of what they believe she looked like. She was found dead inside a plastic container that washed up on an island in Texas. The latest on the push to identify her.
Plus, a British college student. She was studying in Italy, and she was found dead in her apartment. How it happened, and now what police are doing to try to track down the woman who killed that beautiful girl.
Today's weather is brought to you by Suzuki Automotive in the all-wheel drive SX4 crossover.
There's only one car company where America's #1 warranty comes standard on every car and SUV. With Suzuki, you're covered for 100,000 miles or 7 years. There's no deductible, and you can hand it off to the next owner. Check around.
Nobody else has that combination. What does a really good warranty tell you about the vehicle? Everything. Suzuki. It's going to be a great ride.
From tornado-devastated Greensburg, Kansas, to hurricane-stricken New Orleans, the Partnership for Prescription Assistance is bringing hope to people in need and communities in crisis. This is Montel Williams. The PPA, sponsored by America's pharmaceutical research companies, has been to 1,500 cities in all 50 states, helping more than 4 million struggling Americans. If you're uninsured and need a hand paying for medicines, call now to see if you may qualify. Because America's pharmaceutical research companies want to help.
People know that if there are experts who can help prevent a problem, they should call them. So if you've got an adjustable rate mortgage that will soon climb to a much higher payment, or one that already has, call Ditech today, your Fix Your ARM headquarters. Find out how you may be able to lower your payments each month by refinancing into a low fixed rate. And Ditech has never had hidden costs, so you pay just our low $395 flat fee. Don't wait. Call Ditech now at 1-800-DITECH-1.
Log on today to buy all of your Christmas gifts and get $1 shipping for everything, no matter how many items you buy. Stop on by, save, and live better with Overstock.com. It's all about the O.
What is the power of 10? To us, it's clubs, engineered with the most advanced thinking in golf. To you, it's the ability to launch shots higher, farther, straighter, with more confidence and control than ever before. The new G10 and i10 from Ping. Welcome to the power of 10. Welcome to the power to play your best.
What's your credit score? Not sure? Go to creditreport.com today and get your credit score and report for free in just seconds. The higher your credit score, the more likely you are to lower your interest rates and get instant loan approvals. Is your credit less than perfect? At creditreport.com, get your credit score and report for free and start improving your credit today. Go to creditreport.com now. Get your credit score and report for free and put that knowledge to work for you.
Offer includes enrollment and credit monitoring.
Hi, I'm Peter Jacobson, and this is my story. My secret weapon on the golf course has got to be my sense of humor. If you don't have a sense of humor on the golf course, you're going to be miserable. Golf is very physical for me. I think it's physical for all golfers. I can start to feel my knees talking to me. I pop in a couple of Aleve in the morning and I'm good to go. It takes away the throbbing pain that I feel in my knees. I think my Aleve bottle, I can get to that quicker than I can an extra golf ball. If I don't have my clubs, my caddy, or my Aleve, I'm not going to play.
Now to a murder mystery in Italy. Police in the small town of Perugia are on a manhunt today. They're looking for a suspect in the brutal murder of a 21-year-old college student from Britain.
Her name, Meredith Kircher. She was found dead in her bedroom with slashes to her throat. Investigators are now taking a look at fingerprints on her cell phone. Nick Pisa of our sister network, Sky News, joins us now live from Perugia, Italy. Nick?
Good evening. Hello there. Yeah, so as you said in your introduction there, this British girl, Meredith Kircher, was found murdered on Friday, so 72 hours ago. We had a post-mortem yesterday, which lasted 6.5 hours, and from that we discovered that she had indeed been slashed across the throat, which led her to die from bleeding to death. We also know that investigators are going through Facebook, looking at photographs on there and showing them to friends and acquaintances to try and build up a better picture of her. And we also know they're looking at fingerprints on two cell phones that she owned, one British and one Italian, to try and track down the person responsible for this killing. There's excuse me, this completely shocked Perugia.
And I'm sure it has. It looks like a peaceful little town. I'm guessing that crimes like these don't happen often there, Nick.
No, absolutely not, and especially to foreigners. You know, that's what's really left this town completely and utterly in a state of shock. They just can't believe it. We're also the students here. I mean, the students make up almost half the population here. There's about 160,000 people, and half of those are students are just wandering around completely dazed. And I know that some of them have actually returned home because they just don't feel safe here whilst this person is on the loose. I mean, there's also, which might be of interest to viewers, there's also an American connection here in that the flatmate of Meredith Kircher was actually from Washington, a lady by the name of Amanda Knox, and we know that it was her and her boyfriend who were in the house when police arrived to hand in the mobile phones that they'd found, and they knocked down the door and found Meredith dead in her bedroom.
Nick Pisa reporting live from Perugia, Italy. Nick, thank you.
Now to a cheerleading scandal, I guess you could call it.
Keep the shirts on. That's just a good rule to pass along to your kids. A cheerleading scandal in Ohio gets a couple of coaches booted.
And the coaches were not booted for their performance on the field. It was the performance that ended up on the internet. We'll have the details.
Powerful name in news. Fox.
Don't blink, or you'll miss it. 50% off all lenses with any frame purchase at LensCrafters. Even bifocals, no lines, and prescription sunglasses. So don't blink. Hurry in before November 24th.
This is one way to find out what your home is worth. Or simply go to housevalues.com. Find out what your home is worth free at housevalues.com. For your free home value report, go to housevalues.com.
You guys got any paper plates? You know they measure them diagonally. Oh, you have a plunger.
At least you can keep your heartburn from coming back with Prilosec OTC, the only OTC heartburn remedy that works for 24 hours with one pill a day, the round-the-clock heartburn blocker.
If you want to trade in the fast lane, you better have the horsepower. It's easy with E-Trade Pro with state-of-the-art conditional orders and still just $6.99 to $9.99 per trade. It's easy. It's extraordinary. It's E-Trade.
Willamette View is proud to introduce the Patio Homes, 7 well-appointed luxury apartment homes featuring 1,700 to 2,200 square feet of loft-style living space, personal patios, and private entrances. These elegantly detailed homes offer a contemporary space with the latest features. Plus, your new apartment home comes with the activities, amenities, and senior lifestyle that only Willamette View can offer. Visit our model home on Saturdays or call for a personal tour. The Patio Homes at Willamette View. Independence never looked so good.
Out of all the things I've done in my life and the drugs I've tried, meth was the one that I thought would put me in my grave. And it would have. If I did not have a strong family who finally stepped through the meth wall and yanked me back to life. Maybe you can help someone get their life back.
First.
Accurate. Bloomberg viewers have a lot at stake.
We're able to reach out all around the globe when a story breaks.
We are based on the premier information service in the world.
And that's what you get from us, and that's what makes us so unique.
Discover the new look of Bloomberg Television with full-screen video and dynamic graphics.
Bloomberg Television, a wealth of information.
Undefeated champion.
Yo Cotto's got his left hook going, and he's red hot.
Sugar Shane Mosley, the fiery 4-time champ.
Mosley's shots are coming too thick and fast.
Now these two superstars collide for the welterweight crown.
He hits him in the mouth again.
This will be Fast and Furious.
What a fight.
Cotto Mosley, live on Events in Demand pay-per-view from Madison Square Garden, Saturday, November 10th.
Get a front row seat right in your living room on Events in Demand.
Happening now online, let's take a look at some of the top stories. One involves a couple of high school coaches who threw what can only be described as a wild party.
We'll leave it at that. Let Courtney break the news to you. The other's about a pop star's online endeavors. FoxNews.com correspondent Courtney Field joins us with the news. Hey, Courtney.
Good to see you guys again, Jane and John. It's the big click story on our website. I wonder why. 2 high school coaches in Ohio are in hot water after police say they held a party for students where alcohol was served and racy photos were taken. Unfortunately, we don't have those photos for you, though, although I'm sure a lot of people would like to see them. The 19-year-old football coach held the bash at his pad for his team, but it was the 19-year-old cheerleading coach who posed topless with a 15-year-old cheerleader. And guess how those photos were discovered? Posted online, of course. That led to school officials firing both coaches. Now police, child protective authorities, and school administrators are investigating the incident, and there's no word on what charges the 2 coaches could face. And that freshman cheerleader, she could face some disciplinary action in accordance with her school's code of conduct. But we'll work on trying to get those photos for you. All right, she's already conquered the pop world, battled breast cancer, and now Australian singer Kylie Minogue is turning to cyberspace and taking on MySpace and Facebook by launching her own networking site. KylieConnect.com will be hitting the internet this week so that her millions of fans around the world can chat to each other and even the star herself online. Minogue will post a blog, pictures, and exclusive behind-the-scenes videos, and fans can also upload pics from their mobile phones. Now, her social networking site is believed to be the first of its kind created by a pop star. Folks in the entertainment world say it's a bold step for her to take, but it shows that she knows the way the music industry is heading. And the 40-year-old, she's almost 40. We don't want to jump ahead of ourselves on that. Her long-awaited album, X, drops this month. And don't forget to check out FoxNews.com, of course, for all the latest headlines. And Roger Friedman's Fox 411 column just posted. It's about Tom Cruise and his mysterious guests he invited to his movie screening. So you got to check that out.
And there was a Tom Cruise sighting at the big New York City Marathon.
Yeah, that was a surprise, right?
Yeah, his wife ran in it.
And we have pictures of that on the website as well.
You have pictures of that?
Yes, we're posting them right now.
All right.
Go to the website.
Courtney, thank you. Well, this story is as heartbreaking for investigators as it is for the rest of us. The story of this body of this little girl, thought to be about 2 or 3, washed up inside a box in Texas.
Police are trying to figure out where she came from, what happened to her, who she is. Just ahead, we'll talk with the spokesman for the Galveston County Sheriff's Department about this mystery.
America's most successful Social Security disability advocates. That's a powerful claim. And we prove it every day all across America. We simply don't let anybody intimidate our clients, not even the government.
We'll deal with the government. You have enough to worry about.
If you're disabled and you can't work anymore, call 1-800-66-BINDER and sit back and enjoy the feeling of power.
When you suffer from restless leg syndrome, your legs don't want to stop, even when you do. Annoying sensations can keep you up at night when all you want to do is get some rest. Fortunately, there's Mirapex. Mirapex is a prescription medicine that helps relieve the frequency and severity of many RLS symptoms. Call 1-888-210-5004 for a free RLS guide with information on Mirapex and a money-saving offer. Prescription Mirapex may cause you to feel drowsy or fall asleep during normal activities such as driving, or to feel faint or dizzy when you stand up. Tell your doctor if you experience these problems. If you drink alcohol, are taking medicines that make you drowsy, or if you experience increased gambling, sexual, or other intense urges. Other side effects include nausea. Call 1-888-210-5004 today to get your free guide and talk to your doctor about Mirapex and RLS. Because when your legs feel better, you feel better.
Shake it, shake it, shake it for me, pour it on. I said shake it, honey, shake it. When you shake it, you can't go wrong. Shaking Tony Chachere's, baby, pour it on.
If you like to cook, you're gonna love what Tony Chachere's famous Creole seasoning does for food. Just a shake brings out the flavor in just about everything. Tony Chachere's makes everything taste great.
Shake it, pour it on. Tony Chachere's, yeah!
I'm Mark Goldston, Chairman and CEO of NetZero. All internet providers take you to the same internet, so why pay more to get there? NetZero is only $9.95 a month, and we give you a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 1-800-NET-ZERO or visit netzero.com.
What's the difference between having fun and having none? the Midas Touch Maintenance Package. An oil change, tire rotation, and 45-point courtesy check. Just $29.95. Be safe.
Trust the Midas Touch.
Happening now, investigators in Texas are going through hundreds of tips that have poured in to help identify a little girl. They have a sketch of her. They call her Baby Grace. A fisherman found her a week ago after her body washed up on shore inside a plastic container.
Investigators are desperately trying to figure out where she came from, who could have done this to her. It's bothered them emotionally. They've been upfront about that. Joining us on the phone is a spokesman for the Galveston County Sheriff's Department, Major Ray Tutelamundo. Major, thanks for being here. I know you desperately want to get this thing solved. It is hard to believe that nobody has come forward saying, my little girl's missing.
True. We have continued to go through known missing persons reports. We continue to get new ones of those in every day that we're comparing to our case. But have we hit that home run yet? No, we haven't.
Wow, we're showing
it's coming.
Some pictures, obviously, so the sketches of what you think she may have looked like, also the box she was found in,
Right.
some sneakers that she had on. What's your best clue so far?
Our best clue is that there is someone out there that is missing her, not only in the sense of not knowing where she is, but missing her emotionally.
Yeah.
There is someone out there that knows who Baby Grace is, and we just need that person to give us a call.
Yeah. What about forensics? Anything found inside the box with her that can be of help?
I really can't discuss any of that right now.
Where do you go from here? Just making more public appeals?
Absolutely. Our singular focus right now is determining who she is and reuniting her with her family. The remainder of the investigation in terms of what happened to her and how it happened to her, even though that is important, that's kind of secondary right now.
And Major, real quickly, I know that it's more of a challenge because, you know, Galveston is a major commercial port. She truly could be from anywhere.
Absolutely, and we have certainly expanded our search worldwide, trying to figure out who is Baby Grace.
Well, hopefully this attention will help. Major Ray Tutelamundo with the Galveston County Sheriff's Department. Major, thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Well, thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Jane, for being here.
Excellent to be here with you, John. And now we're going to send you over to the live desk with Martha.
Thanks, you guys, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum. You are at the live desk. Here's what we're watching right now. Oprah Winfrey breaking her silence today. She is speaking out about the charges of abuse at the girls' school that she founded in South Africa.
I am a mama bear when it comes to protecting my children. These girls are like my children. That's not just rhetoric for me. It's not just a part-time pet occupation.
Well, Oprah says that this has been one of the most devastating experiences of her life, and she's had a few of those. We're going to have some more on this in just a moment when our panel weighs in. But first, here's what else we're keeping an eye on for you at the live desk. Let's go to Wall Street. Not as bad as it was earlier today, down about 56 points for the blue chips, off the earlier lows. But how much more fallout is there from this huge story? Citigroup, the largest bank in the United States, says they expect losses of up to $11 billion. Their CEO is out. What this means for you and your portfolio, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep you posted on the action on Wall Street. And get ready for the reruns, folks. Writers for film and television walking out on strike today. Those are live pictures from outside Paramount Studios in Hollywood. The writers are demanding more money, all because there's so much going out now on DVD of these shows. The distribution of films and TV over the internet has really changed the ball game. They want more money. We'll tell you what that is all about. This is the first writers' strike in nearly 20 years. The first shows to feel the impact of this are going to be the late-night talk shows. Of course, the writers at work every day for that night's show on those, The Tonight Show, The Late Show, and Late Night with Conan O'Brien, just to name a few. Your favorite soap operas are said to be next. All right, let's take you back to the big story today. Oprah saying the buck stops here. It was an emotional speech. She tells how she was rocked by news that 15 girls stepped forward to complain that a dorm matron was abusing at least one student at her school in South Africa. The Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy for Girls is the name of it. It started back in January. The first class of students handpicked by the talk show host. The $40 million that was spent on this academy provides textbooks and uniforms and meals, also free tuition for all of these students and board. Oprah spoke out today about her top priority now.
I wanted to hire an independent team because my experience with child predators is that no one ever abuses just one child. Although the girls only had spoken of one classmate, my first priority was to determine how many girls had actually been affected and to what extent. This has been one of the most devastating, if not the most devastating experience of my life. But like all such experiences, there's always much to be gained, and I think there's a lot to be learned. What I know is that no one, not the accused, nor any persons, can destroy the dream that I have held and the dream that each girl continues to hold for herself at this school. And I am prepared to do whatever is necessary to make sure that the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy for Girls becomes the safe, the nurturing, and enriched setting that I had envisioned.
All right, I'm joined by Tim Graham. He's Director of Media Analysis for the Media Research Center. Tim, you know, it seems to me that Oprah is girding for battle here. She seems to have the sense that there might be more coming down the pipeline. She said it's never just one child in these situations. What do you think she still has ahead of her to deal with in all of this?
Well, clearly this isn't a story that's going away. I mean, and I think part of the problem here is the way she built it up in the first place, as you've just described. I mean, she put an enormous amount of money in here. She built this thing. She handpicked the students. And when you have that much involvement in it, then when something goes wrong, people are going to look right at you. They're not going to look at, well, she was just a billionaire philanthropist who gave money and then didn't pay any attention to it. She obviously has paid a lot of attention to this, so that it's quite obvious then for the media to turn around and be able to say everything that goes wrong to these students that she selected becomes her problem, and she's obviously getting very aggressive in trying to address it head on.
And she's learning the hard way, you know, what doing this kind of thing can sometimes turn into. But there's two sides to this story. There's the Oprah, you know, the huge media, everything, Oprah, and then there's these kids and what happened to the children. So what does she have to do to put those children first and to make it clear to the rest of the world that that's what she's doing, if indeed that's how she wants to handle it?
Well, obviously, she's already trying to do that, you know, the way she's tried to give these girls her own cell phone and so on. I just think it's awfully hard to expect the level of intimacy that she's sort of promising here, where she says, these are my babies, they're not a part-time project. How can they not be a part-time project? She has a lot of other irons in the fire. She's not, you know, on the ground in South Africa. So, I mean, I think there is going to be a little bit of skepticism here about just how much she can do to oversee this school. Obviously, if she was overseeing it carefully, this might not have happened in the first place.
Right. All right, Tim, thank you very much. Let's see what our live desk panel has to say about this. Let's introduce everybody. Rich Lowry's here today. He's a Fox News political analyst and editor at the National Review. Jimmo Green is a pop culture commentator. She's also a Democratic strategist. And Wendy Murphy is a former prosecutor. She's the author of Injustice for Some and today's Fox Wildcard, the host of Red Eye. Greg Gutfeld. Hi, Greg. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. I'm going to get right back to you in just a second. But let me first go over to Jimmo. You know, how bad is this for Oprah? It's about these kids and this problem, but, you know, it raises the question about doing this sort of thing. Is this what's best for them, or would they be better in their homes with their families in some other kind of structure?
Well, there's no doubt that the education they're going to receive is absolutely important and is going to change their lives and probably change the South African country from what they're going to be able to contribute. But the thing is, we can't remove the culture and remove the very foundation that these girls are going to be faced with, you know, when they return back to their homes, and, you know, create one sort of very privileged life and then have them return back to a life that it doesn't provide all of those types of benefits. And so I think Oprah is going to find a way to make sure that the balance is found here. I think that, at the end of the day, these girls are going to get an incredible education, but just making sure that the Academy provides some sort of balance, that they don't take out all of the culture and then try to put them back into some sort of culture in South Africa that's going to be harmful to them.
All right, let's listen to another bit of sound from today.
I returned again to South Africa, and I met with the parents and their daughters. I apologized for the unfortunate circumstances that we are enduring, and I promised to institute immediate changes to create a new model of excellence in social, emotional, and academic life for girls at the school.
All right, do you believe her, Wendy?
Of course I believe her. I mean, she's so generous. She's really done a terrific job there. And I don't think really there's much evidence that whatever she's doing wrong has something to do with depriving these young women of their culture. I mean, we know about the sexual abuse stuff. And frankly, if there's one thing I'm expecting from Oprah, it's for her to say, look, anyone who's running a school, and that includes in the United States, has a responsibility to do a super good job, especially for a boarding school, a super good job with the screening, the selection process, psychological screening in particular, before you put an adult in a position of caretaking over super vulnerable kids away from their families. We don't do a good job in this country, so let's not get too hard on Oprah. She's done a very good thing down there. This is a problem. She's accepted responsibility, and what I'd like to see is her saying to this country as well as to schools around the world, here's a better way to make sure that the people you're hiring to care for your kids and to teach your kids and so forth are the best possible, best character, safest people possible you can put in these positions.
Right, and indeed she's in a position to do that kind of work. And she did point out that, when you put children in a school together with adults, there's always the sad possibility of something like this. So we'll keep an eye on this, and we'll be right back with you guys in a little bit. Let's first go to the corner of Wall and Broad and get a look at what's going on with the Dow Jones Industrials. Down about 56, but they were much steeper. The losses earlier in the day, 13,537. But of course, the big news is a huge hit that Citicorp is taking, and they're going to have a new CEO. Robert Rubin's going to take over there, according to those reports. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Also, coming up, it is a nuclear power. It is one of our most important allies in the heart of the Middle East. So why are lawyers in suits being dragged away in handcuffs? The military cracking down with tear gas and batons, arresting at least 18,000 people in Pakistan. So what does this mean for the U.S.? A lot. We'll tell you why next. And then for something completely different, a scandal on the dance floor, folks. Yep, that's Marie Osmond, one of the Dancing with the Stars contestants, crying foul. She says the judges have a beef with older competitors like her. Is ageism taking center stage? Our panel will judge her dancing when we come back.
Lower sodium soup, great taste. But how?
Sea salt! Campbell's added our one-of-a-kind lower sodium natural sea salt to help give our healthy request soups up to 50% less sodium with amazing taste.
I thought you said this was lower sodium.
Where you go in life is up to you. There's one airline that can take you there. United. It's time to fly.
If you're eligible for Medicare, you'll want to call right now for this free book from Humana. The number is 1-800-833-2315. It shows how, with this all-in-one Medicare health plan, you can save on your health care costs, receive coverage for preventive services, and get prescription drug coverage. And you get all this coverage with no or a low monthly plan premium. Call 1-800-833-2315. The savings described in this book are too big to miss.
Tensions on the rise in Pakistan. A crisis is looming there. Today's said to be the most violent day in that country so far. What it means for us here, coming up live on the Live Desk, 60 seconds from now.
You ever notice when your back hurts, you get stuck? Well, this is how I get unstuck. Bare back and body. Takes the pain away, gets me moving again. Bare aspirin. Expect wonders.
When it comes to home loans, people don't want smoke and mirrors. They want a smart rate, like our 30-year fixed mortgage, just over 5.6%. Call 1-800-DITEC-1 now to get a loan without being sawed in half. DITEC. People are smart.
You know what I love about Fox and Friends? It's not like any other show out there. We are going to talk about the hard news of the day, but we're going to have a heck of a lot of fun doing it. We're unpredictable, we're spontaneous, we're fun. You never know what's going to happen next.
Some are calling Lions for Lambs anti-American. Could it ruin the careers of Cruz and Redford? We examine the ticking Tom bomb. Plus, as Hillary was hammered by rival Dems, what did her body language say? Our expert dissects her dreadful debate on The Factor.
Crisis erupting in Pakistan. Today is being called the most violent day since Pakistani President Pervez Musharraf declared a state of emergency 2 days ago. Several thousand protesters continue to clash with police there since imposing the rule. More than 1,500, I said the wrong number before, about 1,500 to 1,800 people have been arrested, according to those latest reports. Musharraf is claiming that his decision to oust judges, cut off media outlets, and suspend the Constitution is in response to increasing militant threats. Fox reporter Scott Heidler is live in Islamabad, Pakistan, and he joins us by phone. Scott, what is it like there today? Does it feel like tensions are increasing, or have things settled down at all?
Martha, good afternoon to you. Tensions are definitely, they've increased today dramatically. Here in Islamabad, the capital, it's not too visible here because of the military presence, I should say the police presence and the paramilitary presence on the streets here. I'm actually overlooking Constitution Avenue, and that's the main avenue in the capital. All the main buildings are there. That's been barbed wired off since Saturday, since this emergency declaration came down. But that's not the case to the east in Lahore. That's where the majority of the arrests related to protests took place. Close to 2,000 judges and attorneys protested in front of the courthouse there. A lot of them are arrested. That's where you see a lot of these images of harsh crackdown by the riot cops, also down in Karachi and other parts of the country, crackdown on these protests. Several thousand are in detention. That includes, yes, these protesters, but also attorneys, judges, and also opposition leaders, as well as civil rights leaders. So a lot of people have been put behind bars. Anyone who has gone out to the street and vocalized their dissatisfaction with Musharraf's move on Saturday, but also just because maybe the party that they belong to, Benazir's party, the PPP, that some of their members have also been put behind bars. Benazir Bhutto coming out saying that, demanding that Musharraf release them. So a very tense situation here.
All right, Scott, thank you very much. And now we want to bring in Fox News contributor Waleed Faraz. He is a senior fellow with the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies and the author of War of Ideas, Jihadism Against Democracy. Waleed, thank you for being with us today.
Sure.
You know, we all watched a week or so ago, I guess it was, Benazir Bhutto returning, and there was some talk of some kind of cooperation between Musharraf and Benazir Bhutto. What happened since?
Well, Martha, first of all, this is a very serious crisis that could affect us, and I'll share with you why. But most importantly, Musharraf has two battlefronts here. On the one hand, he is dealing with a constitutional crisis. The Supreme Court is telling him that his election just a few weeks ago as a president may not go. He may have some problems with that. But at the same time, he is waging a campaign in Waziristan and other parts of the country against Al-Qaeda, Neo-Taliban, and they are attacking in many places, in many cities. There was an attack against the Benazir Bhutto process a few weeks ago. So now, to solve that issue, to address it, he's saying, state of emergency to begin with, I'm going to stop the constitutional process, deal with the terrorists, and then come and see what I can do. But it's going to be very difficult. His opposition is very, very large.
The United States is saying that, we're not happy. Condoleezza Rice saying with the fact that they're stepping away from their constitution. What does this mean? Because we need Pakistan to be stable. It's a nuclear country right in the middle of the Middle East. And, there's a lot of talk about Osama bin Laden hiding on that border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. What does this mean for the war on terror and stability in that part of the region?
Well, Martha, that's the big dilemma. On the one hand, it is a nuclear country at war with Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. And then those Taliban forces are trying to destabilize the regime. In the midst of this confrontation, another crisis, the constitutional crisis, whereby Washington wants to be on the side of the Constitution, is telling Musharraf, you have to go for these elections. So it's going to boil down to this. If Musharraf is going to hold this state of emergency until elections and then suspend it and hold elections, then I think we're going to go with it. But if he's going to suspend the Constitution forever, it's going to be a big problem.
So you sound like you have some degree of confidence in the way that he's handling this right now, and you think that we should stand by him as long as he does what he says he's going to do, and that's to allow those elections to take place?
Well, we are in a very difficult situation. What is priority for us? The jihadists taking the nukes or meddling in a constitutional crisis? But we are certainly on the side of democracy. So democracy or Al-Qaeda taking the nukes, that's the equation here.
Very, very serious situation. Waleed, thank you very much. We'll continue to follow it with your help.
Thank you.
All right, back to this story that we've been following for you for the past week, I guess now. Stacey Peterson, missing over a week now. A very experienced team is joining the search, plus some very new clues. Could they point to her police officer husband as the one behind this disappearance, or did she leave him for another man, as he claims? I'm going to talk to her sister moments from now.
This program is brought to you by Renewland, the only intensive release supplement for joint care and energy.
Introducing Renewin, the only intensive release supplement for joint care and energy. Renewin with glucosamine and chondroitin improves joint comfort, joint mobility, and boosts energy. Renewin in stores now.
Activon Ultra Strength Arthritis. Apply directly where it hurts. Activon. Safe and effective pain relief. Activon Ultra Strength Arthritis. In stores now.
Head on. Apply directly to the forehead.
Apply directly to the forehead.
Apply directly to the forehead.
Head on is available without a prescription.
Attention Medicare diabetics. Are you tired of finger pain? Does your current pharmacy provide you options? Is the Medicare paperwork confusing? Diabetic Experts of America understands. Call now at 1-800-840-3987. We offer brands that require less blood and provide the option to test at sites other than your fingers and never run out again. Call 1-800-840-3987. Our diabetic consultants are standing by to talk to you.
It's a November to remember on Montel, and you'll see why this week. Monday, she shot her husband and went on living in the house with his body. How long? You won't believe it. Tuesday, you can help bring these fugitives to justice. Wednesday, the moment you've been waiting for, what's inside Sylvia's room.
You're not going to believe it.
Thursday, this father learns his daughter's life-changing secret on our stage. And Friday, watch out. They're sharing everything about their shocking secret sex lives. Don't miss a minute. Check your local listings for time and channel.
What's your credit score? Not sure? Go to creditreport.com today and get your credit score and report for free in just seconds. The higher your credit score, the more likely you are to lower your interest rates and get instant loan approvals. Is your credit less than perfect? At creditreport.com, get your credit score and report for free and start improving your credit today. Go to creditreport.com now. Get your credit score and report for free and put that knowledge to work for you.
Offer includes enrollment in credit.
I was browsing VHIX.com one night looking for a sweet new coupe when there was a knock at the door. Come in.
Hey, baby.
Scram, Al. Can't you see I'm trying to buy a car?
Online?
On VHIX.com, where you find thousands of new and pre-driven vehicles, plus local dealerships, price comparisons, specs, safety information, and more.
Can I go for a ride?
I'll get my hat.
The answer to your car buying mystery is online at vehix.com.
Neighborhood.
Love meeting new neighbors.
We've lived here for 8 years.
Yeah, we don't really like to rush the whole meet and greet thing. The slower the better.
That's why we have DSL from the phone company.
Well, that's funny. That's why we have Comcast, because it's so much faster.
Oh, do you have Comcast because it's faster?
Okay, Bill.
I'm sorry.
So who wants more pot roast?
Go way faster than DSL with Comcast high-speed internet. It's Comcastic.
Stacy Peterson is an Illinois mother of 2. She's been missing now for more than a week. Volunteers have been out there searching for her ever since she failed to show up to meet her sister, but they have found really no clues at this point. So now EquiSearch, a group you may have become familiar with in these kind of searches, they specialize in high-profile cases. They're joining the search for Stacy. Some of Lisa's family suspect her police officer husband, Drew, may be behind her disappearance. We've learned that when Drew and Stacy first met, he was still married to his third wife. She died under some mysterious circumstances after he and Stacy were married. There he is in the bandana with the glasses. That's Drew Peterson. A friend of Stacy says that he received emails from her describing her abusive relationship with Drew. This one is dated October 17th, and it reads, "I've been arguing quite a bit with my husband. As I mature with age," she's only 23 right now, by the way. She was 17 when she married him. "I'm finding that the relationship I'm in is controlling, manipulative, and somewhat abusive." She continued, "Tomorrow is our 4-year anniversary, and I'm not as excited as years past. If you could keep me in your prayers, I could use some wisdom, protection, and strength." She sent that on October 17th. Joining me now is Stacy's sister, Cassandra Kales. Good to have you with me today, Cassandra. Welcome.
Hi.
Tell me why I want to take you through that Sunday. She was going to come meet you that day?
She was supposed to be my friend to paint.
All right, and you heard that she had not shown up there, and after a while you started calling Drew, is that right?
No, I called her cell phone.
Okay, so you called her?
I called the house and no one was answering.
And when you finally got in touch with Drew, what was that conversation like?
He was out of breath. He kept changing the story. He was moving it around, and he said he was at home when I heard car keys and the car starting, and it was just a very awkward conversation.
So you said that he kept changing his story. What did he tell you that changed in that conversation?
He said that my sister was going to run off like my mom and disappear, and then he said that she left with another guy and went on a little vacation.
Do you know, did she have a boyfriend? Cassandra, was there anybody else in her life? Did she have a boyfriend?
No, absolutely not.
And when you say that he said, like your mom ran off when you guys were teenagers, is that right?
No, she disappeared just like this, but I mean, I don't know. We don't know. We hired missing detectives and stuff like that.
Do you think that Drew hurt your sister?
Do I think that he hurt my sister?
Yeah.
I have reason to believe in my heart that he had something to do with it.
All right, Cassandra, good luck. We'll keep in touch with you. I know this is a hard time for you, and I appreciate you taking a couple minutes to talk to us. We're trying to keep the word out there about your search. All right, joining me now is Judge Alex Ferreira. He's a former police officer, an attorney, and a Florida Circuit Court judge. He is now the host of Judge Alex. Judge, listening to Cassandra, I'm very interested in this cell phone conversation that she had with Drew. Her sister disappears, and she finally gets Drew on the phone after frantically calling her sister all morning, and she says that he's rustling with keys. She hears a car engine starting. She says that he said he was at the house, but she said that she was just at the house and he wasn't there. What does all that tell you?
Well, I mean, of course, the husband is always a suspect. I mean, husbands kill their wives and vice versa all the time. Sometimes it's accidental, sometimes it's self-defense, sometimes it's, frankly, cold-blooded, premeditated murder. He has kind of jumped up to the top of the list. Some of the statements he's made, inconsistencies like the cell phone conversation where he says he was home and, in fact, she has information that he was not home. All of that makes him a little more suspicious. But, you know, he made a statement that his marriage was fine, that there was no reason for her to leave. And by the same token, he turns around and says, I don't think there's been any foul play. I don't think that she's a missing person. I think she's where she wants to be. Well, I have to tell you, she has a 2-year and a 4-year-old child, two young children. If my wife disappears all of a sudden and leaves our children behind, doesn't call any family, the last thing in the world I'm going to be saying is, I'm sure she's where she wants to be and there's been no foul play.
I think that's
so
a strange...
he's number one suspect in my book.
All right, thanks, Judge. We're going to get some thoughts from the panel. I think that's a strange phrase when he says she's where she wants to be. And he's hinting something about some other person. He says that she ran off with some other person. Wendy, you've handled a lot of abuse cases. What do you think about this one?
You know, talking about the ultimate blame, the victim, look, he has to do anything to push the suspicion away from himself. But when you make absurd statements, all that does is make people look at you even more. Do some women leave their families? Absolutely. But what we know about this woman, did she have any reason to leave these kids? No. Everything we've heard is she loved her kids so much she would never have left them. You know, this is a woman who's describing being in an abusive relationship. If it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck, and this guy is the damn duck, if you ask me. Now, that doesn't mean he's guilty yet. He's entitled to a fair trial, but let's not be stupid about it. You know, he is the focus for a reason. Making stupid statements is why he's the focus.
He said she came, at one point in earlier reports, it said she came home and she grabbed a couple of things, including a bathing suit. He tried to convince people that she had gone to the airport. And there's another strange quote, in my opinion. He says, no, she called me, meaning his wife, and she told me the car's at the whatchamacallit. I said, Drew, what's the whatchamacallit? His friend asking him, where'd she leave the car? He said, hold on, let me just get my head straight. And he was, you know, somewhat confused during that conversation as well. Now, you know, I don't know if this guy had anything to do with it, but as you say, he's not looking good in terms of his behavior. He also hasn't been out there helping to look for her.
And it's really hard to lie well. If you're going to make up a big story, you're going to make mistakes. And so far, he's made tons of them in terms of inconsistencies. You know, look, if there was a boyfriend, maybe we'd be looking elsewhere. There's nothing except him as the suspect.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back with some interesting political conversation here. Rich Lowry is here, Jim Green is here, and Greg Gutfeld's also here, besides Wendy. The cast of Saturday Night Live serving up political satire for decades. Last weekend, no different. Very funny, very interesting. We're going to show you who is behind that mask right there and what he had to say about Obama's closest Democratic rival when we come back.
We go behind the curtain. The meeting rooms, the boardrooms, between the lines, inside the factory, behind the speeches, all in the pursuit of insight, the kind that informs every decision, every recommendation, and every investment idea that we present to our clients. Morgan Stanley, Worldwise.
You're always finding ways to keep things interesting. Don't let erectile dysfunction get in the way. Viagra, America's most prescribed ED treatment, can help you enjoy a more satisfying sexual experience. To learn more, dive into Viagra.com. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease in vision or hearing. Now's the time to make your move. Ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
Spoiled produce? Not again. Stop throwing away your money. Introducing Debbie Meyer's Green Bags, the remarkable new way to save your produce and your money.
Hi, I'm Debbie Meyer, and I no longer lose hundreds of dollars in wasted rotted fruits and vegetables. Now you can share my secret with Debbie Meyer's Everfresh Green Bags. Just look at the difference between 18 days in traditional storage and 18 days in my green bag storage. Do you want this or this? These strawberries were bought at the same time. Just look at the difference. Look at iceberg lettuce after just 8 days. Watch as these bananas age. Look at the difference. The bunch in my green bag is still fresh after 9 days.
Air is not the enemy. It's the ethylene gas that's naturally given off by produce, which causes them to spoil. Old containers and bags trap the gas inside, actually speeding up rotting. But green bags are made with a natural mineral that absorbs and removes the harmful ethylene gas. So now your produce stays fresh up to 30 days. Over 40 million green bags have already been sold. And now you can get 10 of Debbie Meyer's green bags for just $9.95.
Whether they're on your countertop or in your fridge, my green bags are the ultimate produce saver. And that saves you money. Look at this broccoli after 21 days. Peppers after 16 days. Here are baby carrots after 26 days.
You'll get 5 medium and 5 large bags for just $9.95. They're reusable up to 10 times each, and they're guaranteed to pay for themselves in just one trip to the grocery store. But wait, call now and we'll double the offer. That's right, now you'll get 10 medium and 10 large bags. That's 20 bags for only $9.95. Here's how to order.
Have your credit card ready and call 1-800-263-1790 now for Debbie Meyer's amazing green bags. No more spoiled fruits and vegetables. They'll keep your produce fresh up to 30 days. You'll get 10 medium and 10 large bags. That's over 200 uses for just $9.95. Call now.
It's an exciting day at Fox News Channel. We have a brand new program coming your way today at 2 p.m. Eastern. Edie Hill is hosting America's Pulse, and she always has her finger on America's Pulse. Edie, what can we look forward to today?
Well, it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to take a look at the Stacey Peterson case. I know you were just talking about it, but last week we did an interview with her mother-in-law. And Martha, I don't know, do you ever do interviews and just something doesn't seem quite right in it? We're going to take a clip and replay that for our viewers today. Listen to that and then compare it to the new evidence that has been surfacing. And I think it is going to be very interesting, to say the least. We'll have that and much more coming up at the top of the hour.
All right, Edie, thank you very much. I thought she was going to say, do you ever talk to your mother?
Live from New York, it's Saturday night.
Yep, that's who was under the mask. Drum roll, please. Presidential candidate Barack Obama delivered the signature opening line on Saturday Night Live this weekend. Just before, the Illinois senator used a surprise appearance to poke fun at rival Hillary Clinton in a Halloween skit. Now, the skit was set at a party at the Clintons' Chappaqua, New York home. Obama turned up dressed up as Obama.
So you dressed as yourself?
Well, you know, Hillary, I have nothing to hide. I enjoy being myself. I'm not going to change who I am just because it's Halloween.
And she was dressed up like a bride, and everyone kept walking in and saying, "Oh, you're a witch!" And she kept saying, "No, I'm a bride," and getting madder and madder and madder. Fox's Carl Cameron joins me now from New Hampshire, where a couple of candidates are in pretty serious campaign mode today. Carl, what's the Monday morning quarterbacking on that Saturday Night Live skit and the impact of it?
Well, I mean, there was sure to be a raucous reception when Obama took the mask off and it was Obama. And there's a lot to be said for the fact that going and doing Saturday Night Live in downtown Manhattan in the middle of Hillary country is about as tough a shot as you could take. And he got the kind of response he'd hoped for. Raucous applause and a lot of folks standing. So Barack Obama showing that his star power, his rock star status can still bring the crowds to their feet. The question is whether or not he can get those feet to actually go to the caucuses and the polls in Iowa and New Hampshire in 10 weeks. And right now, Hillary Clinton does seem to have a commanding lead there.
Yeah, and Carl, I know you've been following a lot of stories actually on the GOP front as well up there today. And one piece of information that just crossed the wires here, and you can tell us the background on it, Paul Weyrich is now endorsing Mitt Romney for the presidency. What do you think about that?
Well, Paul Weyrich is a leader of the religious conservative, hard conservative right in Washington, D.C. and around the country. Mr. Weyrich has been the founder of a number of very, very influential coalitions and organizations that have had considerable sway in conservative Republican politics over the years. For Mitt Romney to pick up this endorsement is something significant. There are a number of candidates who are now touting the nods that they are picking up from various different evangelical and religious conservative leaders around the country on the Republican side. Not many of them going to Rudy Giuliani, much of them seemingly being divvied up between Fred Thompson and Mitt Romney. Thompson calls himself the only true conservative, common sense Republican in the race. Mitt Romney, who took some fairly moderate social views up until just a couple of years ago, has also been picking up a lot of endorsements, not because of the personal views that he's held over the years, but because of how he's governed publicly as the governor of Massachusetts. So it's still too early to say who the heir to the conservative social mantle is likely to be. Romney and Fred Thompson certainly battling for it, much the same way, Martha, they are battling for the candidacy of the anti-Rudy. It's rapidly looking as though it's going to be somebody against Rudy Giuliani for the nomination. Mitt Romney has a strong edge in Iowa and New Hampshire. Fred Thompson has star power, but no real evidence of a grassroots organization that can carry him to the finish line yet.
Carl, real quick, if you can, Rudy putting out a new ad campaign as well, really focusing on his, New York tough guy reputation. Tell us about that.
Well, it's not really an ad campaign per se, because we think about that as terms of television. Rudy Giuliani is not on the air, and as a presidential candidate now 9 weeks away from the first votes, that's fairly extraordinary. He is using a web advertisement. He'll do some direct mail, and he's touting for the next 2 weeks his time prior to 9/11 as both mayor and as a federal prosecutor and crime fighter. And the campaign insists that this is all part of the natural progression of his candidacy, because they don't want him to be sort of one-dimensional, too much 9/11. They want to show that he's got other things on his record pre-9/11. But that's a double-edged sword. Rudy of 9/10, his rivals will say, was and is pro-choice, pro-gun control, and pro-illegal immigration for New York City. So his post-9/11 image is much more tough than what his rivals will say his pre-9/11 image was.
All right, Carl, thank you very much. All right, let's see what our panel has to say about this. And I want to go to Rich Lowry first. Rich, Carl said something really interesting there about whether or not these endorsements and show of support from some of these more conservative groups are an anti-Rudy statement, which very well may be.
Well, you need one of these guys, Thompson or Romney, or conceivably even McCain, to emerge as the anti-Rudy candidate. That looks as though the way the race is lining up. Now, Romney, over the last week or so, a couple weeks, has had this trickle of significant social conservative endorsements. He needs it to be more like a flood, but it is a good sign for him.
Greg, what do you think about the fact that some of these conservative groups are backing Mitt Romney?
I'm not surprised. I mean, he's definitely, I think, the most conservative out of the group, but I'm more interested in Obama. Okay, Obama comes on, he is suffering from what I call the Fonzie effect. That means whenever he walks into a room, it's like Fonzie from Happy Days. Everybody goes to say, so he doesn't have to do anything. And what did that do to Henry Winkler? It killed his career for 20 years. When you stop trying, when everybody just applauds, you don't try anymore. And he wasn't even very funny. He was very stiff.
Very stiff.
But all he has to do is walk into a room, and I think that's going to hurt him in the long run. He's going to actually have to start being himself, and he doesn't know how to do that.
And I don't think it necessarily what is that all about? Because you said you're worried about what that appearance does for Democrats.
It doesn't necessarily hurt Obama, that it hurts Democrats. Yes, it was funny. Yes, it was entertaining. But I think that what is happening right now with him stepping up his attacks on Hillary, that this is not good for Democrats. Watching the debate last week, I was like listening to the Bush playbook from 2004 when they were calling John Kerry a flip-flopper.
But you've got Obama, a lot of people put a lot of money behind him. And if he doesn't start coming out and saying something substantial that they can sink their teeth into, they're going to say, what are you doing?
They put their money behind him for the politics of hope. They put their money behind him for the new way of campaigning that he was going to bring to this election.
Yeah, and primaries are about showing what's different about each candidate.
We know less about him now than we did when he started. I don't know anything about him.
And you know what I really resent?
What state is he a senator from?
I have no idea. That could have actually been Carl Cameron in a Barack Obama mask. I don't know.
You know what I really resent, though, is the fact I think because race trumps gender, he's getting exactly a pass at the same rate Hillary's getting whacked. Because you can be sexist and get away with it.
If he had 40 or 50% of the polls, they'd all be whacking him too.
All right, we're going to leave it on that. We're going to come back after this break. Bounty hunter Dwayne Dog Chapman recording making racial slurs. His show's been pulled indefinitely at this point. A similar situation happened with Don Imus. He is going to be back on the air in the beginning of December. Will Dog get his show back? Bo Dietl weighs in when we come back.
As a chef, I get inspired by foods that just taste better, like Eggland's Best Eggs.
As a nutritionist, I've impressed that E-Bees provide vitamin E, lutein, and omega-3.
Eggland's Best, a perfect marriage of taste
and nutrition.
This is one way to find out what your home is worth. Or simply go to housevalues.com. Find out what your home is worth free at housevalues.com. For your free home value report, go to housevalues.com.
doctor can add 8 years to your life. So live longer, retire stronger, never outlive your money.
B-A... Wow, that was some cough. Hey, can you spell control?
You need Delsym. D-E-L-S-Y-M, Delsym.
Yeah, we're all suffering here.
That's why there's new Grape Children's Delsym, the only liquid that controls cough for a full 12 hours. That's 12 hours all day or all night. With Delsym, your child will feel better, and so will everyone around him.
The winner is Delsym. D-E-L-S-Y-M. Turn off the cough with Delsym.
Log on today to buy all of your Christmas gifts and get $1 shipping for everything, no matter how many items you buy. Stop on by, save, and live better with Overstock.com. It's all about the O.
Beaches, Turks and Caicos, the last of the true exotics, where parents get their own getaway and so do the kids. From Pirates Island to Fantasy Island, the characters of Sesame Street to the streets of Paris. It's perfect. Book now, save 40%. Call 1-800-BEACHES or visit our website.
When you suffer from restless leg syndrome, your legs don't want to stop, even when you do. Annoying sensations can keep you up at night when all you want to do is get some rest. Fortunately, there's Mirapex. Mirapex is a prescription medicine that helps relieve the frequency and severity of many RLS symptoms. Call 1-888-210-5004 for a free RLS guide with information on Mirapex and a money-saving offer. Prescription Mirapex may cause you to feel drowsy or fall asleep during normal activities such as driving, or to feel faint or dizzy when you stand up. Tell your doctor if you experience these problems. If you drink alcohol, are taking medicines that make you drowsy, or if you experience increased gambling, sexual, or other intense urges. Other side effects include nausea. Call 1-888-210-5004 today to get your free guide and talk to your doctor about Mirapex and RLS. Because when your legs feel better, you feel better.
Bounty hunter Dwayne Dog Chapman is famous for chasing bad guys. Now he is in a heap of trouble. A tape recording of a phone conversation using racial slurs. Listen to this.
I'm not taking a chance on some mother. I don't care if she's a Mexican, a whore, whatever. It's not because she's black. It's because we use the word nigger sometimes here. I'm not going to take a chance ever in life of losing everything I've worked for 30 years because some nigger heard us say nigger and turned us into the Enquirer magazine. Our career is over.
Yep, probably. All right, A&E Cable Network has pulled his show after sponsors began to pull their ads. The whole thing is reminiscent of the Don Imus affair. Back in April, Imus made some racially insensitive comments about the Rutgers women's basketball team.
That's some rough girls from Rutgers, man. They got tattoos and some hardcore hoes. That's a nappy-headed hose there, I'm going to take that down.
All right, joining me now, former NYPD homicide detective, Fox News contributor, and close friend of Don Imus, Bo Dietl. Bo, how you doing?
Okay.
You know, is that comparison apt in your mind?
No, you can't compare what you just heard now. Let's be honest about this. I've been doing the show 20 years. He's the furthest thing from a racist there ever was. People were
and
telling
you're talking about Don Imus,
I'm talking about Don Imus, right. I mean, the other fellow there, I think he was arrested on manslaughter. They put this show together, and you watch it. You can't compare it. Don Imus is a person that took the $8,000 death benefit for soldiers, brought up to $500,000. Don Imus raised $80 million for a hospital with amputees. Don Imus puts kids on his ranch, sickle cell anemia, cancer. This is Don Imus. If anything, people were telling me he was become too liberal, and he was starting to sound like a real liberal, Don Imus. He said one thing in a jokingly manner where he followed up on Bernie. He apologized immediately. He shouldn't have said it. He said that was over with. And it should have been. It was a pile-on. And all these Tim Russets and everyone who waited to get on the show, every United States senator, they'll all be back. Don Imus is an intelligent person that cares about people. cares about children, and the furthest thing from a racist.
I can't help but follow up on that. You think that he wants all of those people back on his show?
What I think is I really don't care if they come back on the show.
Okay.
Don Imus had a lot of great messages there for people, and children especially. This is one of those things that he really focused on. And to take two words that you say out of context, the way it was said, it was a jokingly thing with Bernie, and he just reiterates he knew he did wrong after it. He apologized.
All right, Bo, hang on. We want to get to the panel, but stick around. Let's see what everybody else thinks about this. Jammu, which one do you find more offensive? Or are they equally
They're both equally offensive, and just because Don Imus gave a lot to charity doesn't mean that he's not a racist. And it's very clear that the bounty hunter is a racist, and I think A&E did the right thing here.
Right, I agree.
He says that he's a man of faith. He's gone out there and talked about how he's a minister, and this goes absolutely against any sort of faith or religion to say that someone is bad just because that she is a black woman, which is how I interpreted his points. But going back to the Imus situation, just because he's raised a lot of money for charity doesn't mean that he should get a pass on his statements. Just because
he was fired by 2 stations.
Right.
He's been out of, off the radio for quite a period of time.
But he's coming back.
But so you're not allowed to ever be forgiven for a statement like that?
I don't think it's about forgiveness with him, because he had been doing this over years. He had been making statements like these over a significant
he said it
period
about
of time.
everybody. I mean, there wasn't anybody that Don Imus left off the radar.
It doesn't make it less offensive.
I'm just saying,
he was an equal opportunity.
I find, I find the Dwayne Doc Chapman thing a lot more offensive.
I don't know whether that's true, whether he was an equal
than the other
opportunity
comment.
offender. I think he kissed up to his powerful guest and then insulted and bullied anyone else he could pick on.
Oh, come
so
on,
I don't think it was equal opportunity.
let's be real about it. It was an entertaining show in the morning. He had a lot of viewers there. If people didn't like it, if CBS didn't like it, they could have said something to him. This was going on for a long time. You listen to Chris Rock, all right? We listened to a comedian talk. Don Imus was in the morning to make people chuckle sometimes and laugh. Sometimes he went over the top, yes. If we have a problem with that, my friend Al Sharpton, I don't hear a word out of him with Chapman. He went over to the New York Knicks the other day with the manager of the New York Knicks over there with his big mouth over there. Why isn't he picketing Madison Square Garden for what happened over there against that lady? That lady who was offended beyond anything. Sexual harassment. Talked to like she was degenerated. Why isn't he over there?
He is picketing Madison Square Garden.
Okay.
He is picketing it, and he is talking about
He's picketing
Chapman.
for some box seats there right in the front there, so Al can go over there. Come on,
All right,
let's
we're going
be
to take
real.
a quick break. Bo, thank you. Thank you very much. Good to see you. All right, a programming note for everybody. Tomorrow night, Doug Chapman breaks his silence on that racist rant. He will sit down and be interviewed by Hannity and Combs. You can catch that at 9 o'clock Eastern tomorrow night right here on the Fox News Channel. And if you thought the Mills-McCartney divorce couldn't get any uglier, whoa, wait until you can't believe the stuff that she says she has on tape that he said about her. We'll be right back.
Because Fox is where the news is.
Binder & Binder is America's most successful Social Security disability advocates. So if you're disabled, call 1-800-66-BINDER because success and a little comfort should be part of your America, too.
You ever notice when your back hurts, you get stuck? Well, this is how I get unstuck. Bare back and body. Takes the pain away, gets me moving again. Bare aspirin. Expect wonders.
It's Endless Shrimp. Don't miss the only time of year to enjoy all the irresistible shrimp you can eat. All of your favorites are back, plus new buffalo shrimp. But Endless Shrimp ends soon at Red Lobster. Come see what's fresh today.
Things you can do with one finger. Amuse a baby. Get to know your doctor. Save Holland. Trade stocks online globally in 6 different markets and local currencies. Tell your expensive broker where to go. All it takes is one finger. It's extraordinary. It's easy. At 6 a.m. on CNN.
None of this.
The most of this.
The most stories per hour.
The most news in the morning, period.
American Morning, weekdays on CNN.
Little Saigon now airs on Channel 315, Thursday through Sunday at 7 p.m.
cherish yourself a whole lot faster. Sign up for Comcast high-speed internet today and download whatever you want faster than ever before. At ridiculous speeds, it's way faster than DSL from your phone company. And now with Power Boost, your fast connection is even faster. Just call 1-888-COMCAST. Comcast high-speed internet with Power Boost. It's Comcastic.
What is it?
We were hoping you could tell us.
This time, they have to save the planet. Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Surfer.
There have been 56 deaths in 1408.
56. John Cusack unlocks the mystery of 1408. Order it tonight. Hit movies without the trip to the video store. On demand with Comcast Digital Cable.
Do you? Why? Because I like feeling beautiful. I love Bare Essentials. Because it's minerals, not chemicals. Because Leslie Blodgett shows me just what to do. Swirl, tap, buff. Because it's my little indulgence. Because I don't want to shop like everybody else.
Because beauty is essential. Watch QVC November 10th for Bare Essentials and the Bare Gold Color Collection, featured at a special one-day price only on QVC.
Do you? Do you? Do you? IQ. Do you?
Ooh, this one is getting ugly. The very public, very heated divorce battle between Heather Mills and former Beatle Paul McCartney may become even more public. She reportedly has threatened to release a tape recording. Why she was making these tape recordings, we don't know. Of McCartney talking to his daughter Stella, and they were mocking her and laughing at her prosthetic leg, allegedly. Mills, who lost her left leg in 1993 when she was hit by a police motorcycle, allegedly made the recording last year when she bugged McCartney's home phone. A friend of Mills told the Sunday Mirror that McCartney used an insulting slang word about disabled people and that this is just one of many tapes, folks, that Heather says she will make public if it turns more nasty, as if it hasn't already turned nasty yet. All right, here comes today's instant replay. This one is just for fun, folks. Dancing with the Stars contestant Marie Osmond made headlines when she fainted on the stage. Whoop, there she goes. She was okay, so we can... Okay. Now Marie is making headlines for a whole different reason, telling OK Magazine that the show's older women might be getting the shaft on the ABC show. She said, I think they're trying to get the older chicks off the show, and I say shame on them. I mean, compare us to a 20-year-old. We're doing good. That's why you appreciate the viewers, and they're voting. Okay. So can we play the tape of them dancing again while we're talking? Because I didn't get a chance to look at it, and I'm not voting, but these guys are all voting. Greg Gutfeld, are they picking on her because she's, you know, I don't know, what is she, 40-something?
It's a microcosm of life. Younger, hotter girls get more attention than aging pop stars. It's a fact of life. You got to deal with it. At least she's got money. There are plenty of women her age that don't have any money that are being cast aside for younger women. At least she can go home to her huge mansion and cry.
All right, let's look at the slow-mo. Don't wait. Let's look at the slow-mo because this is what this segment's all about. We move the tape around. Okay, so here we go. Just in case. Now watch the dancing moves, and because you're going to vote.
Yeah. I had a crush on her growing up.
You did?
Yes.
Did you watch the Donnie and Marie show?
Oh, you know it.
Rich Lowry's favorite show, right,
Yes.
Rich? He loves the Osmonds.
Yes.
Pretty good move there.
Yeah.
What do you think?
She's not bad either.
Wendy, is she being picked on because she's older? One of the younger girls, I guess, just got booted off. Someone who watches all
She's not that great a dancer.
No, she really isn't.
She's just being cranky. She's cranky. She knew she was going to get bumped. And my feeling is that fainting was a big old fake. Because she knew she was going to get bumped. She's trying to blame age.
Brutal.
Now she's faking her fainting. Get rid of her.
The cheetah girl was cheated off of the show.
That's
if you
what I heard.
compare the dances, you know, this isn't ageism. Marie Osmond is not a good dancer. She's not as graceful as Sabrina Bryan was. She's better than me. I'm 35. She's, I don't know, 50, 60, but she's not a good dancer.
She's actually 87. She's 87 years old. That's how good she is.
Let's look at the next instant replay. Here we go. Oh, this is...
It's the guy's head movement that makes me nervous.
Her legs are scary.
There's no talent going on there. Come on.
Jamu, we're going to put your dancing video next to hers the next time, and we'll
She
vote.
would probably beat me, but her legs are not graceful. Her legs are too spread apart. I don't want to see Marie Osmond like doing those sexy moves either. Like, that's scary to me.
Poor Rich Lowry. He's like, get me out of here. Why are we talking about
everything
this?
she said. That's exactly what
All
I
right, are we ready to vote? What do you think? How good? Okay, 1. Jamu is a tough judge. 8.
Yes.
From Greg Gutfeld.
Because of my love for her through the 70s, I cannot let go.
And I'll give her a 3 because that was a pretty good wiggle, but I give her a 10 for the fake faint.
Subtract 4 for the guy's head.
She's really good at
constant shaking of the guy's head.
I give her a 13 because I don't think it augurs well if you're complaining like that. Or is this a 31? I'm a little dyslexic. Which way does it go, Greg?
I think it's a 13.
All
Okay.
right,
No
we'll be
more
right back.
sympathy votes.
So we'll be right back.
Abe, read a letter. Dear Abe and the Beaver, I worry about getting hooked on sleep aids. Can Roserum help me?
Welcome, someone with an answer.
There he is.
Well, in clinical studies, Roserum showed no signs of abuse or dependence.
We have a clip.
Unlike other prescription sleep aids, Roserum shows no effect on memory, balance, or dependence. Instead, Roserum is the only one to work with the body's internal clock, easing you to sleep.
Impressive.
When you can't sleep, you can't dream. And if you worry about dependence, ask your doctor about Roserum. Don't take Roserum if you're taking Luvox fluvoxamine or have severe liver problems. Avoid taking it with alcohol. Don't drive or operate machinery until you know how you'll react to Roserum. Roserum may affect testosterone and prolactin. Contact your doctor if you have concerns about a change in your period, libido, fertility, or if your insomnia doesn't improve. Take Roserum right before bed. Side effects may include drowsiness, fatigue, and dizziness.
Good night, Abe.
Ask your doctor about Roserum.
When it comes to home loans, people don't like smoke and mirrors. Well, unless they're a magician or an illusionist, which is just a fancy word for magician. What they do like is getting what they're promised, like our Smart Rate. It's a 30-year fixed mortgage just over 5.6%. To find out more, call us at 1-800-DITEC-1 and let us help you get the loan you need without being sawed in half. DITEC. People are smart.
Wow. Last year I had a baby, gained some weight, went on Nutrisystem, went from a size 12 to a size 2 again.
You can't miss the results of Nutrisystem Nourish, the weight loss program that lets you eat great and lose weight.
Nutrisystem rescued me not once, but twice.
Call or go online now to get your first 4 weeks of delicious meals and love the way you look. And through this special offer, you can get an extra 2 weeks of meals free.
I love being a mom, and I love having my body back.
Our secret is the breakthrough science of the glycemic advantage that separates good carbs from bad. Nutrisystem delivers every meal to your door, and shipping is free. For about $10 a day, you'll enjoy 4 weeks of perfectly portioned meals.
Trust me, you will lose weight.
Order our 4-week program and you can get an extra 14 breakfasts, 14 lunches, 14 dinners, and 14 desserts. A full 2 weeks of food absolutely free. Call now to find out how.
Today, Forbes reports that supermodel Gisele Bündchen earns more cash than anybody in her industry. But the Brazilian beauty is not all about the Benjamins, insisting, this is interesting, she wants to be paid in any currency but the U.S. dollar. The supermodel has joined a growing list of wealthy people that say the dollar can only depreciate because Americans are living beyond their means. The dollar sunk to its lowest level last week against the euro, Canadian dollar, and China's currency as well. All right. Thanks for being with us, everybody. This is The Lab Desk. I'm Martha McCallum. Coming up next, America's Pulse debuts today with Edie Hill.
Martha, thank you very much. You were just talking about Gisele Bündchen getting paid in anything but the U.S. dollar. Can you do that? Can I do that? And if so, what do you need to do? And what would be the best currency to get paid in? We're going to take a look at that with one of our business correspondents a little bit later on. In the meantime, though, I'm Edie Hill. A number of changes here at Fox. If you are looking for Jane Skinner, you can still see her. She joins John Scott on a new show called Happening Now, which starts at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, I will be with you at this time each weekday. This show is called America's Pulse. Now, by this time, you probably know the news of the day. We're going to recap that. We'll bring you the latest details. But we're also going to take a bit more time to look at the stories that you are very interested in, stories that may be leaving you with questions. I'm also going to do something that requires you to give me a chance. We're going to bring you some stories that you may not think are important to your life. They happen half a world away. But today, half a world away sometimes impacts you as much as things that happen right next door. Basically, and I shouldn't tell you this, I'm going to occasionally bring you stories where you're going to say, why do I care? But if you give me a few minutes, I'll show you why it matters. And here's what I'm talking about. We start with Pakistan. President Musharraf took over by military force almost a decade ago, ousting Benazir Bhutto. Just over a week ago, she came back. Why? Because he's having a tough time keeping things under control. He can't or won't stop the terrorists operating in the tribal areas bordering Afghanistan. People have tried to assassinate him numerous times. So Bhutto comes back in. In essence, she co-rules. The U.S. likes her, trusts her. We hope for the best. But it is the worst we are seeing today. Against our protests, Musharraf declared emergency rule, causing chaos, with police arresting hundreds of opposition protesters, lawyers gathering in the streets, getting tossed into jail. So why should you care? Well, Pakistan is a front line in the war on terror. It is also an ally in our battle to stop terrorists. It is home to Al-Qaeda, and it is a nuclear superpower. Major Bob Bevilacqua is a former Green Beret, Fox News military analyst, and he was in Pakistan just a bit earlier this year. Thank you very much for being with us, Bob. Always good to have you on.
Thanks, Edie. Pleasure to be here.
You know, really what happens in America is we look at things and you kind of go, oh, there's more violence in Pakistan. What does it mean to me? Explain, if you would, why this is strategically so vital to U.S. interest, to our safety.
Well, the saying in a lot of communities is the U.S. goes as the Middle East goes. If there's instability in the Middle East, which is where we get a good portion of our oil from, you're going to see oil prices go up. That's not a good thing. When it comes to stability, specifically with a nation that has nukes, it would not be good, it would not be in the U.S. interests to have that nation fall under an Islamic regime. And in Pakistan, you have 169 million people, 97% are Muslim, 70% of those guys are Sunnis. There's a lot of hardliners in there on the Western Province. We really don't want them to have a sympathetic regime in power that owns nukes. You think Iran's an issue right now? The last thing we need to see is a hostile Pakistan with nukes. Not a good scenario.
A frightening scenario, quite frankly. But how realistic is it? You know, we look at Pakistan, and it seems fairly westernized. People seem to be, you know, enjoying democracy to an extent. You've got plenty of troublemakers and people trying to kill Musharraf and the like. But at the same time, do terrorists, do the most strident religious leaders have enough power, enough strength that they could take over?
Oh, absolutely. There's so much corruption within the government. There's so much corruption within the police force that there's the ability to not buy a Pakistani, but rent them fairly cheap. And when you look at the level of corruption within the military and the support base within the civil society, how many people really dislike Musharraf? The potential is there, and it's a reality. Whether or not the U.S. people want to accept that is debatable. I mean, I know so many folks that all they want to see is the bimbo brigade from Los Angeles and see the tarts in the news. This is a reality that could seriously affect us here, and I think a lot of Americans recognize that.
Well, you hope so, and that's why we're trying to do this, go a little bit more in depth. You know, you said rent a Pakistani. Is that something that is belittling to them, or do they look at it and go, you know what, this is the world. You want our help, you buy it?
I would say it goes both ways. From an economic standpoint, there is a lot of growth to be had in Pakistan. From an ideological standpoint, there's enough unrest that if you came in with the appropriate amount of money, you could probably get any type of assistance you need. I would tell you that they lean, in many corners of that country, they lean more towards the Osama bin Laden, more towards the Taliban, than they do towards prosperity and democracy of their economy. Because the reality is, Edie, when that country gets built up, it's going to happen in the middle of the country. It's going to happen in Islamabad. That's going to do nothing for the outlying provinces. That's where the problem is. That's where the radical Islam is. All right.
You're one of these guys who, in your past life, you're the type that goes into the most dangerous situations. You've got to work with people who are not cooperative, to say the least. Would enough U.S. money, you know, dollars going into that area be able to buy us any kind of loyalty, specifically in those tribal areas where we believe bin Laden and the Al-Qaeda operatives are?
That's a great question, Edie. When it comes to ideology, money does not get you very far. $25 million reward for Osama bin Laden. The people that know where he is, that money means nothing to them. So I got to tell you, proof and change on the ground, that's what's going to win hearts and minds. It's not always about cash. Contrary to Neil Cavuto, it's not always about the dollar.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you. You've seen it on the ground. You've lived the military side of it, and it's helpful, I think, to understand exactly what we're up against and why it is. It's so critical to our safety and our security here at home.
Thanks,
a
Edie.
long ways away. Major Bob Bevilacqua, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, on a side note, we're going to try to do this also. We're going to give you some takeaway facts to help you put things in perspective. You know, we give a lot of money to Pakistan, a lot of money. $2 billion, in fact. And more than half of that money, your tax money, goes to security there, including Pakistan's purchase of F-16 fighter jets for its army. No other country gets more money from the U.S. for military assistance than Pakistan. Yet, Pervez Musharraf was warned by the U.S. not to move ahead with the emergency rule, and he did it anyway. Secretary of State Rice saying earlier that the U.S. will review some of the aid that it sends to that nation. Now to the showdown with Iran. Tehran is signaling it may be ready for a new round of talks with the U.S. on the security situation in Iraq. This after the U.S. kept pressure on Iran over its reported support for Shiite militias. Meantime, Iran is about to get a huge windfall from the World Bank. Nearly $900 million in loans. Why is that money headed for Iran, and who is now trying to stop it from getting there? All that coming up a little later in the hour. Doctors are checking out 5 crew members from U.S. Airways after they got sick on a flight from Washington to Boston. The crew complained about a sulfur-like odor, which is stinky, during the flight, so they flew back to Washington and switched planes. But that didn't help. Once the new plane landed in Boston, the crew members went to the hospital. No word yet what caused the problem, but Homeland Security Chief Michael Chertoff says it does not look like it was a security issue. Here's one of these things. What is up with some of these middle school teachers? Yet again, we see this. A middle school teacher caught in Mexico with one of her students. Now she's due in court today. 25-year-old Kelsey Peterson, look at her right there. She's accused of having a sexual relationship with a 13-year-old boy. Investigators say she ran off with the boy when rumors of a possible romance came out. William Lajeunesse is following this story from Los Angeles. William, let's start out with why? What kind of attraction is there from a 20-whatever-year-old woman for a 13-year-old boy?
Well, you know, Edie, you might be asking the wrong person that, but I can't explain it. I mean, apparently the teacher and this 8th grade student had a deal that if word leaked out of their sexual liaison that the two of them would flee, and that indeed they did. Actually, the license plate of her vehicle was picked up on a port of entry camera down in near San Diego, south of San Diego in Tijuana, and they noticed it. And then the FBI contacted Mexican authorities, and they were arrested at 11 p.m. Thursday night. And of course she is expected to appear, as you said, at about 1 hour and a half down in El Centro, California.
And what happens when she goes into the court? What are they going to do? Are they charging her? Are they going to ask her the basics, you know, when, why, and where?
The basics. Actually, this relationship apparently started a year ago, and the kids in Nebraska actually knew about it, and they found love letters and emails on a computer at the school district about this liaison that they had, and Peterson, he actually even told her father. But I talked to the U.S. Attorney in El Centro about 30 minutes ago. There's a hearing at 1:30. She will be arraigned on charges of having transporting a minor across international lines for the purpose of having sex. She will then probably be transferred to Nebraska. He wasn't sure exactly when because she faces charges there as well of child abuse and kidnapping.
Yeah, they certainly weren't going to Mexico for the good rates on tamales, that's for sure. One other thing that I'd heard, tell me if this is true or not, I heard that he can't get back into the country. He was here illegally to start with. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. He is living now with his father in his home state of Guanajuato, and he will not be allowed to return to the United States. Of course, if he's brought over as a witness by U.S. authorities, they may give him some type of a visa arrangement to testify against her, but immediately, he's not going back.
This is a strange one. William Lajeunesse, thank you very much. A bit later in our show, we're going to talk to an FBI agent about this bizarre case. And in just a few minutes, we'll have the latest on the search for Stacy Peterson, the missing Illinois mother. But right now, an update on the murder of pregnant mother Jessie Davis in June. Now, an Ohio woman is admitting that she helped dump Davis's body. Now, And just moments before her jury trial was set to start, Maisha Farrell said she helped drop Davis' body in a field 20 miles away and that she lied to investigators. She will also testify against her former high school classmate, Bobby Cutts Jr. He is the married Canton, Ohio police officer who basically had a second family on the side with Davis. Police say that just days before Davis was due to give birth to their second child, he killed her. He's now been suspended from the Canton police force. His trial on aggravated murder charges starts in about 3 months and could bring the death penalty. Little British girl Madeleine McCann is still missing, and although her parents are suspects, they are also offering to help in the investigation. Kate and Jerry McCann want to give the Portuguese police a list of 25 witnesses who they think hold the key to solving the mystery of their missing daughter. The McCann's lawyers handing over a list of names, which includes the couple that the McCanns were at a restaurant with when Madeleine disappeared from her hotel room. Now, we want to take your pulse on the stories that we're reporting. Perhaps there's something you think we should be covering and we've ignored, or perhaps you have some more questions about a story that we're doing. So send us an email, americaspulse@foxnews.com. We will read each one of those emails, and if possible, we will bring you the answers that you are looking for. The mother of 2 little kids still missing in Illinois, Stacy Peterson, may have thought she found the man of her dreams, but now some ominous emails could shed a different light on her relationship with her police officer husband. Details next.
Some are calling Lions for Lambs anti-American. Could it ruin the careers of Cruz and Redford? We examine the ticking Tom bomb. Plus, as Hillary was hammered by rival Dems, what did her body language say? Our expert dissects her dreadful debate on the Banter.
Good morning, Samantha.
Need a head start?
Are our cars as much fun as our bikes? The new 2008 Suzuki SX4 crossover. And now, introducing the all-new Suzuki SX4 Sport.
I don't think he's gonna make it.
It's gonna be a great ride.
The world. The markets. The flow of ideas. The flow of money. Experience. The flow of goods. Reputation. Capital. Knowledge of the marketplace. Research. The political reality. The economic reality. Practical reality. Relationships. Brain power. The wisdom. The world. Morgan Stanley. Worldwise.
Hi, I'm Tony Santori, and this is my story. I love cooking for my family. I love cooking for my friends. Mostly Italian food. That's my passion. I love to get in there and really do it up right. I like to flip it. I like to make a show out of it. I have arthritis in my shoulders. It stopped me from cooking for a long, long time. Once I take a leave, the pain dissipates. It makes it bearable, very, very bearable for me. I'm pain-free. I'm up there with my pots and pans, stirring everything, flipping everything. The leave gave me my Italian back. I got news for you. Now I'm out there doing everything I want to do.
That's my brother Earl. He's been driving the same car for 20 years. What's worse, he's had the same car insurance for 20 years. I tell him, Earl, driving an old car is one thing, but having outdated insurance could be costing you a fortune.
Is that right?
Switch to the AARP insurance program from the Hartford. It's a program designed for people 50 plus.
If you're over 50, you might save $300 by switching to the AARP auto insurance program from the Hartford.
Really?
And with a good driving record, your deductible can disappear over time. Plus, your first accident could be forgiven.
Earl, no penalty for your first accident. Does your plan do that?
I didn't know anybody did that.
Not yet a member? Call now. We'll even send you a free calculator. Call 1-800-236-1882. 1-800-236-1882.
A private call made public using racial slurs got his cable reality show booted off the air. As his career hangs in the balance, Dwayne Dog Chapman speaks out for the first time. It's a Hannity and Combs exclusive. Then Greta investigates the cases that are gripping the nation. On the Record.
A new search is planned for a mother of 2 small children and wife of a police sergeant in Illinois. Stacy Peterson missing more than a week. Now her family giving up hope of finding her alive. Now, last week when I spoke with her husband's mother, she told me the marriage was great, no trouble whatsoever.
We don't know anything. She was at my house last week, and she was fine, seemed very happy, and everything seemed okay.
All right. Well,
as far as we know, everything is fine with them. If they get along, and we were talking about who should have Thanksgiving, her or I, at their house or my house.
So clearly she's making plans.
Oh yeah, we were planning on what to do for Thanksgiving.
Well, if you saw that interview, you probably remember that I asked her a number of other questions, basic questions you think you'd know about your daughter-in-law, and no information. It just seemed a little off. Now, some emails are revealing a very different picture. Jeff Goldblatt is live in Bolingbrook, Illinois. So, Jeff, what about these emails?
That's right, Edie. Starkly different picture than that conversation you had with the mother-in-law there. Stacey Peterson had emailed a friend of hers, a close family friend, on October 7th. The guy's name is Steve Caesar, and at one point he had dated Stacey Peterson's sister. And in that email, he characterized, Stacey Peterson characterized the relationship she has with Drew Peterson as rocky. Quote, "I have been arguing quite a bit with my husband. As I mature with age, I am finding that the relationship I am in is controlling, manipulative, and somewhat abusive." She goes on to say, "Tomorrow is our 4-month anniversary, and I'm not as excited as the years that have passed. If you could keep me in your prayers, I could use some wisdom, protection, and strength." Again, that email sent from Stacey Peterson to Steve Caesar on October 7th.
Jeff, I'm noticing in those emails that the eyes are small eyes. Any significance to that whatsoever?
I think that's the context of the email and where it was sent. I don't know much more about that, Edie.
Okay, so she sends this email to a friend. But what about her family? Had she talked to her, her mom or dad or siblings about what was going on in the marriage and whether or not she was looking for a way out?
There seems to have been some contact between Stacey Peterson and her sister. Her sister essentially saying that Stacey Peterson had told her that if she wasn't heard from for a while, to look into it, that there's no reason why she would run off. And Stacey Peterson's sister at a press conference about a half hour ago said at this point they're hoping for the best, but they're very pessimistic about things and they're planning for the worst.
Well, you don't have to be that bright. If somebody's telling their sister, if I disappear, basically if I vanish, go look for me, that sends a warning flag, right at the pole immediately, doesn't it?
Yeah, it would seem to. I don't know what happened afterwards. If this were me, I certainly would do something to keep my family member at my home as opposed to sending him back into a house where there might be a rocky relationship. But I don't know what was exactly going inside that house. But it seems at the very least that there were some red flags, as evidenced by these emails and by the conversations that Stacey Peterson apparently had with family members.
Any new information on the third wife of this police officer? She had passed away virtually right after the marriage was over, and she had gotten an order of protection against this officer. They said that they were going to exhume her body. Anything new there? Because she drowned in a dry bathtub.
Right, in a bathtub. There's no water found in that bathtub. The speculation, or I should say the forensic evidence, suggests that there was water in that bathtub and then it drained out. Nothing new to report on that, Edie. The DA here has said he's going to reopen that case and look into it in light of what has happened to Stacey Peterson, the fact that she has now vanished and hasn't been heard from for the last 8 days.
All right. Jeff Goldblatt, thank you very much. If you are watching our program and you wonder how can somebody actually drown in a dry bathtub, Dr. Michael Baden, famous forensic pathologist, joins us every Friday for Forensics Friday. And he explained, because it does sound really weird, how could someone do that? And he explained how it is possible and also what they will be looking for when they take a second look at that body. Now, if you're a parent, you know that if you reward kids for bad behavior, you get more bad behavior. So why does the international community keep rewarding one of the most unstable tyrants? We'll tell you who's getting almost $1 billion loan next.
We put the world in context.
golf free for the rest of your life on all of our executive courses and enjoy free lifetime membership in all of our country clubs, including the Arnold Palmer and Nancy Lopez signature courses. Start living a millionaire's lifestyle on your retirement budget. Visit thevillages.com and order your free lifestyle video tour of the Villages today.
I am your knee. I never buckled under pressure. I held strong when you took on more responsibility. But now, I'm feeling older than I should.
Introducing new Elations, the daily drink that tastes as good as it makes your joints feel. Only Elations has both triple-strength glucosamine and chondroitin to help renew cartilage, cushion joints, and improve flexibility. Plus our calcium. Drink it daily.
Because I'm still moving up.
New Elations, the best drink in the joint, in the supplement aisles.
Let me tell you about a very important phone call I made. When I got my Medicare card, I realized I needed an AARP Medicare supplement insurance card too.
One simple call gave me the chance to talk with a personal health insurance advisor
Who answered all my questions about Medicare supplement plans.
If you're already on or eligible for Medicare, call now to find out how an AARP Medicare supplement insurance plan, insured by United Healthcare Insurance Company, helps you pay some of the 20% of your medical expenses not covered by Medicare Part B. That can save you thousands of dollars. These are the only Medicare supplement insurance plans exclusively endorsed by AARP, a name you trust. When you call now, we'll send you this free information kit, plus this free guide to understanding Medicare.
I can keep my own doctor and choose my own hospital.
and I don't need a referral to see a specialist.
Call 1-800-293-2965. Now, a personal health insurance advisor is waiting.
Chang's is about excitement. It's kind of like a show. There's so many choices. It's fun with friends and family. Lots of food.
The guy throwing the bowls? Classic.
We love going to Chang's.
The flavors, the sauce.
The kids love Chang's. It's healthy, so yeah.
It's really cool.
There's so many choices.
Chang's Mongolian Grill. 1,000 ways of creative eating.
You will all bow down to me! See what comes of those who disobey our laws!
Assassin's Creed. Available November 14th. Rated M for mature. Check out exclusive behind-the-scenes videos only at GameInvasion.net/Assassin's Creed.
You know, this is a very puzzling development in the Iran nuke showdown. You know that we have been trying to figure out how to increase the pressure on Tehran to stop its nuclear program. So what's really strange is that the World Bank is now getting ready to sign over $900 million in loans. And some of those funds are earmarked for a government project at the nuclear program headquarters. Now, understandably, this is not sitting too well with some U.S. lawmakers. They have introduced a resolution to stop it. Congressman Mark Kirk is one of them, and he joins us now. Thanks for being with me.
Thank you, Edie.
All right, so tell me this. I know that you're one of the people who gets to figure out how to spend American money that is sent over to the World Bank. How come you don't have a bigger say over this?
Well, we should. You know, it's common sense that military action we don't want for Iran, and we want the UN sanctions to work. The United Nations Security Council has leveled 2 sets of sanctions against Iran, and the World Bank should not undercut that. But the World Bank right now has approved $870 million in loans for Iran, and that's directly from the World Bank to the government of President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, a leader that has called for wiping one member of the United Nations off the face of the planet.
All right. Bob Zoellick's running World Bank. It's not like we're talking about the UN where you get a bunch of, tyrannical countries together and the leaders there and they all decide to take some action against us or thwart us. This is Bob Zoellick doing it. He's the head of it. What's going on?
Well, he's the new president of the World Bank, but he doesn't report to the United States. He reports to the World Bank board.
Yeah, but still.
When he and I talk.
Yeah, but still, this is a guy who certainly understands our issue here.
That's right. And that's the point that I made, that the president of France is going to give a very pro-American address to the Congress tomorrow. The British government supports us on our Iran policy, and most importantly, the Saudi government is now decidedly concerned about what's happening in Iran. These are the three top donors, along with Japan, to the World Bank. The point I made is we should have a discussion in the World Bank board to support United Nations Security Council sanctions against Iran, and we should delay paying $870 million from 18th Street headquarters in Washington, D.C. to the government of President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad.
Is there a way, because I recall when we were having a really tough time at the UN, even worse than normal, we had delayed sending in money to the UN that we owed. Is there the same sort of tactic you can take here at the World Bank, or do we have to basically send over that cash?
No, these credits were approved under a different Iranian regime. So I think merely because of the management of the Ahmadinejad government and its relations with the international community, the World Bank staff should put this under review to delay the payments of these credits. We have to make sure that the World Bank is supporting not just the letter, but the spirit of UN sanctions. The World Bank also pays these funds through intermediaries, 3 Iranian banks. And the United States just declared the largest Iranian international bank, Bank Melli, as an official sponsor of terrorism.
All right. Mark Kirk, representative from Illinois, and one of the people who gets to approve the U.S. money that is sent over to the World Bank. If you would, please keep in touch with us. Let us know what happens here and, how our tax money, because that's where all this funding comes from, how our tax money is being used. Thank you very much.
That's right. Thank you.
All right. Now, earlier, we told you why what happens in Pakistan matters to you and to your security. Coming up next, we'll tell you what is happening right now on the ground in Pakistan's capital.
Introducing Renewin, the only intensive release supplement for joint care and energy. Renewin with glucosamine and chondroitin improves joint comfort, joint mobility, and boosts energy. Renewin in stores now.
Activon Ultra Strength Arthritis. Apply directly where it hurts. Activon. Safe and effective pain relief. Activon Ultra Strength Arthritis. In stores now.
Head on. Apply directly to the forehead.
Apply directly to the forehead.
Apply directly to the forehead.
Head on is available without a prescription.
Shake it, shake it, shake it for me, pour it on. I said shake it, honey, shake it. When you shake it, you can't go wrong. Shaking Tony Chachere's, baby, pour it on.
If you like to cook, you're gonna love what Tony Chachere's famous Creole seasoning does for food. Just a shake brings out the flavor in just about everything. Tony Chachere's makes everything taste great.
Shake it, pour it on. Tony Chachere's, yeah!
When it comes to home loans, people don't like smoke and mirrors. Well, unless they're a magician or an illusionist, which is just a fancy word for magician. What they do like is getting what they're promised, like our Smart Rate. It's a 30-year fixed mortgage just over 5.6%. To find out more, call us at 1-800-DITEC-1 and let us help you get the loan you need without being sawed in half. DITEC. People are smart.
Nothing makes a craft project shine like clean, straight cuts or fancy decorative borders. But trying to cut a straight line with scissors is almost impossible. And trimmers can cut straight, but it's impossible to see the line you're cutting. Well, now there's the Craftlight Cutter, the world's first trimmer with a built-in backlight. Look, it lights the paper from underneath to show you the exact line you're cutting before you make the cut. So now, every cut is perfect and right where you want it. Just turn on the light, and every time you make a cut, you know it's going to be right. With the Craftlight Cutter, you can make perfectly straight cuts in seconds, or you can make fancy decorative borders with interchangeable cutting heads that snap in and out in seconds. Cut dazzling zigzags with absolute perfection, or put a wave edge on your project to add artistic flair. With the Craftlight Cutter, you can create scrapbooks that are works of art. There's even a fold-down guide to firmly hold your paper in place, plus a swing-out ruler. And with the built-in light, you can see the exact line you're cutting every time. So stop trying to cut straight lines with scissors and forget about trimmers that can't show you where you're cutting until it's too late. Call now and get the mistake-proof Craftlight Cutter, plus the straight edge blade, the wave edge, and the zigzag, all for only $19.99. But call right now and we'll also include 3 more decorative blades, a $15 value, yours free. You'll get our scoring blade for crisp professional edges on all your greeting cards, our classic stamp cut for a unique touch on all your crafts, plus our perforation blade blade. It makes a perfect perf cut in seconds. Wow. That's right. You get the mistake-proof Craft Light cutter with built-in backlight, plus all 6 interchangeable heads, all for only $19.99. This offer is not available in any store, so call now.
To order your Craft Light cutter, have your credit card ready and call 1-800-503-1497. That's 1-800-503-1497. Remember, order today and get the Craft Light cutter and a total of 6 blades for only $19.99. So call 1-800-503-1497.
The democracy of one of the world's most dangerous countries is on edge of collapsing. Pakistan's President Pervez Musharraf clamping down right now on the opposition demonstrators, imposing emergency rule. He's already tossed more than 2,300 people in jail. You can see right there the protesters clashing with the police. President Musharraf says he has no choice. He says he's trying to protect the country from what he calls Islamic extremists. Scott Heidler is with us now on the phone from Islamabad, Pakistan. Scott, just a couple questions. Is it the extremists who are causing the most trouble there? Because I looked at it and it seemed like it was, students, lawyers getting arrested.
Hello, Edie. Today, those are the people who were causing the disturbances out in Lahore, particularly. It's an eastern city. A lot going out, primarily judges and justices and students, as you said. The main reason they're on the street, they're protesting this move by Musharraf, who said the reason he did this, that he imposed the state of emergency and suspended the Constitution, was because of the militancy in his country, and it was the judiciary that was preventing him from getting the job done. They were roadblocking him and making moves that he felt he had to do to protect this country, and he kind of summed it up in the speech that he had addressed the nation. After the state of emergency was reported by Pakistani TV, he came on just before midnight on Saturday and said, if there's no action now, our country will commit suicide. So he felt that this was the time that he had to do it. Opposition leaders and critics say that the timing is a bit suspect. His re-election by the parliament a couple weeks ago was in the Supreme Court, and they were going to issue a finding this week. So critics say that maybe it was this emergency came because of what might have happened in the Supreme Court if he didn't do this.
And what has been the impact of Benazir Bhutto?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
What has been the impact of Benazir Bhutto, if anything?
There is an impact. She is back in the country. She, as many of us remember, there was a very deadly assassination attempt on her right after she returned after 8 years in exile. Just last week, she flew down to Dubai to visit her family. State of emergency came in on Saturday. She flew back directly. There were rumors that she might be detained, that she might be jailed after the state of emergency was announced, but she wasn't. She is vocal. Today, she demanded Musharraf reverse the action of the emergency state, but also saying that she needs to get her party members back because, like the other detentions of the other people, members of her PPP party have also been detained, and she said that this is illegal, that Musharraf should reverse on those immediately.
Well, certainly setting up a bit of a showdown there as well. Scott Heidler, thank you very much for updating us on the situation there on the ground. Now, on a side note, a little takeaway for you. Pakistan is home to some of the world's most dangerous terrorists. Al-Qaeda operatives are holed up in the rugged border of Pakistan, and it is believed that public enemy number one, bin Laden, is in that area. Pakistan's army has arrested scores of Al-Qaeda lieutenants, including the suspected mastermind of the 9/11 attacks, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. It is a key ally in the war on terror, and we cannot afford to let Pakistan's rule slide into the hands of extremists. It's called the federal defense budget, so you'd expect the money earmarked for federal defense to go to defense, but a new report finds that billions of dollars are not going towards defending America. Dan Springer is following the story from Seattle. So, where are they going?
Well, they're going all over the place. A lot of times these earmarks are secured by these members of Congress, Edie, before the Defense Department actually wants it. And so what happens is they get these local companies, these big fat contracts, and sometimes millions of dollars in a single contract. These things get built. Then they're delivered to the military. The military says, I don't even want this thing. An example that we focus on here is a boat that was built out by a company here in Washington State, and it was delivered to the Navy, and the Navy said, we have no use for it. Ultimately, it went to the University of Washington. UW said they don't want it. Now it's being used by NOAA for research in the ocean. So here you got millions of dollars spent by taxpayers and essentially getting no bang for the buck whatsoever.
So who makes the decision to basically fritter this money away?
Well, these are earmarks that are inserted into defense bills at appropriations at the subcommittee level, and these lawmakers...
Let me stop you there. I thought that part of the big thing about Democrats getting the majority again was that they were going to stop these earmarks. There was going to be a transparency, and all this money that was wasted that was going to silly things like rainforests in Iowa and bridges to nowhere in Alaska and the like were going to end. So can we find out who is putting these earmarks in?
Well, we can. You can go into the defense bill, and now there is a little more transparency. The problem is that these lawmakers haven't reined themselves in at all in securing these earmarks. In the defense bill alone this year, there are 2,700 earmarks at a cost of over $11 billion. That's not exactly, curbing the spending, is it?
No. Earmarks and billions of dollars. Doesn't sound like what we were intending to do with that. All right. Thank you very much for updating us on that, Dan Springer. TV writers are staging a strike. Money is one of the sticking points. But you may be very surprised to learn how much they earn now and what their workdays are really like. Plus, top supermodel makes loads of money, but not many dollars. We'll explain.
Everybody's looking for the perfect home, but you can get there first with free listing alerts from JustListed.com. Don't miss out on the perfect home. Go to JustListed.com now. That's JustListed.com.
Don't blink, or you'll miss it. 50% off all lenses with any frame purchase at LensCrafters. Even bifocals, no lines, and prescription sunglasses. So don't blink. Hurry in before November 24th.
It's harvest time. Here's fresh news, more Campbell soups for you to choose.
3 new Campbell soups with no artificial flavors and good things like whole grain pasta. Try new Italian-style wedding, chicken mushroom barley, and lentil.
We went to Mother Nature's door and made the soups you're looking for. Yeah. I said, Campbell's, good possibilities.
I volunteered. I was drafted.
I enlisted.
I was nervous.
And there I was in Asia, Europe,
the Gulf.
And I saw things.
Incredible things.
And people you never forget. I did my job.
For my country.
My buddies.
For total strangers.
And I was proud.
So grateful.
For my family. My freedom.
For all who served and all who serve. We can never thank them enough.
Thought I was gonna cry.
Denture paste can feel oozy. Yuck! But C-Bond adhesive wafers hold clean.
Bye-bye pace. Bye-bye yuckiness. Hello happiness. Give C-Bond a try. Come on, give C-Bond a try.
Bye-bye ooze. Hello, C-Bond.
When you suffer from restless leg syndrome, your legs don't want to stop. Even when you do. Annoying sensations can keep you up at night when all you want to do is get some rest. Fortunately, there's Mirapex. Mirapex is a prescription medicine that helps relieve the frequency and severity of many RLS symptoms. Call 1-888-210-5004 for a free RLS guide with information on Mirapex and a money-saving offer. Prescription Mirapex may cause you to feel drowsy or fall asleep during normal activities such as driving, or to feel faint or dizzy when you stand up. Tell your doctor if you experience these problems. If you drink alcohol, are taking medicines that make you drowsy, or if you experience increased gambling, sexual, or other intense urges. Other side effects include nausea. Call 1-888-210-5004 today to get your free guide and talk to your doctor about Mirapex and RLS. Because when your legs feel better, you feel better.
Hey, isn't Jacobson choking?
I'd definitely say Jacobson's choking.
I know exactly what to do. I've seen it in the movies. It's called the Heimlich maneuver. You make a ball, stand behind the guy, and pull hard. The action on the solar plexus.
That's right, the solar plexus.
Expels the food. Just like I told you.
Less talk.
Just like in the movies.
Make it happen. The Royal Bank of Scotland Group.
It's been rough on Wall Street for a while now. A rough day as well. Take a look. The Dow Industrial's down over 108 at the moment. Investors got a little nervous after Citigroup announced that it was looking at up to $11 billion in extra losses because of trouble in the subprime mortgage market. The company's CEO resigned Sunday over losses, but there's a pretty good guy coming in to take over. Former Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin will take his place, and that should calm a lot of people's concerns. There is also breaking news today in TV land. Writers are walking picket lines instead of penning your favorite storylines. The strike coming after the final negotiating session between the Writers Guild of America and the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers broke off. Studio heads say the writers make about $200,000 a year. Now, the Writers Union says it is far less than that. Adam Housley is live at Paramount Studios in Los Angeles. So what's the truth there? The conflicting salary reports, because $200,000 a year, not chump change.
No, it's not. If that was the case, the problem, Edie, is you get number crunching in here. You can really sway either way. The writers who are on strike right here behind you can see Paramount Pictures, the studio here. They've been picketing here since before 9 o'clock this morning. The writers will tell you it's more like $20,000 a year on average, while the studios say $200,000. You got to believe it's lower than $200 because you have to take into account all the writers, of course, who are unemployed, maybe those who only get a script here or there. So the Writers Union says it's a heck of a lot lower. They say on average about $20,000 a year, Edie.
If you take in all the unemployed writers and the underutilized, let's put it that way. What about the work week, the hours? Is this a 9 to 5 job? If you are an employed writer, is it a basic, you go to the studio and you sit down at the desk and you crank something out?
It really depends. I mean, if you have a consistent gig with a television show, for example, you can write overnight and as many, potentially until 3 or 4 in the morning, and it can be very long hours each and every day of the week while you're in production. If you're writing for a movie or if you're a part-time writer for a show, it's when you get a gig. It's somewhat similar to acting in that respect, where you're kind of hit and miss on your hours. It's never really a set day. However, different than acting is when a writer's out of a job, they continue to write, whereas an actor's out of a job can generally get another job sometimes, and that's one of the other arguments that writers will make when they're giving us their side of the story on this strike.
Mm-hmm. So what does this do in terms of an impact on us here, in America? Do we see it immediately? I mean, when we tune into our favorite show this week, will they be missing a script?
Well, there's a couple of things to keep in mind here. First of all, the nighttime shows, the comedy shows like Jay Leno and David Letterman and some of those, as you hear cars going by and honking periodically, those shows are being told are being affected right away because they're, of course, day of air. They're very topical on the news of the day. So when you don't have any writers, it's obviously going to have an effect on those shows. Then come soap operas if this drags on. Then your favorite comedy and dramas in prime time will be affected. A lot of them have compiled scripts until the end of this year. And then if it continues to drag on to the first part of the year, which is very, very possible, then we get into the movies, which is the first part of the summer, Edie.
All right. But people like Leno, I've seen Leno just do it off the cuff. He could handle it and do his show just fine, I think. It's some of these other ones that may suffer. So, Adam, I believe that bottom line to everyone is don't bother with the shows on the network. Just watch Fox News Channel 24/7.
That's fine with me. They pay my check, Edie, so I've got no problem with that.
All right. And you're making more than $20,000 too. All right. Adam, thank you very much.
Back to you.
Okay. Well, if you're a football fan, you know Tom Brady, and so then you know Tom Brady's girlfriend, Gisele Bündchen, the richest, hottest supermodel in the world. But how much does she really know about the value of the dollar? Bündchen making a very interesting demand when it comes to how she is paid. Fox News business correspondent Terry Keenan is here for a little bit more on that. I recall we've been at some functions in the past where we saw a lot of these supermodels. You're used to demands. This is a big one.
Yeah,
don't pay me in dollars.
And we know Gisele is basically perfect in every way. The question is, Edie, is she perfect at timing the dollar and being a currency trader? Because she is being asked to be paid in euros in a big contract that she has with Procter & Gamble, also another contract she has with Dolce & Gabbana. She does not want to be paid in dollars.
But wait a second, Procter & Gamble is an American company. She's always here. She's hanging out with Tom Brady, going to all these parties. So I'm assuming she's doing a lot of work here in America. Can anybody just pick what currency they want to be paid in?
You know, if you can get your boss to pay you in diamonds or gold, I guess you can do it if they're willing to go along with it. She can, deposit those euros probably in a Brazilian account. Her sister is her manager. Her sister's partly behind this move for her to be paid in euros. So, it's hard to have a foreign bank account in the U.S. and keep those euros in your name in the U.S. But, I'm sure she could find a place in Brazil or in Europe to keep her millions and millions of euros.
She's pretty, but, looking at it, she's not dumb, because there are a lot of smart people who are trying to do the same thing. One of the guys, I was reading about this, a guy who used to do investing with George Soros, is selling everything he owns in America, all of his American currency, and he's actually moving. He's doing it one step further. He's moving to Asia and putting everything in the Chinese currency.
Yeah, well, some people are doing that. And even Alan Greenspan, when he was interviewed on his book tour, kind of hedged on the dollar and said, maybe he'd keep some of his money out of the dollar. The dollar's been going down, but, sometimes you want to go against the trend, and we've seen a big move down in the dollar. So Giselle may be a little late to this party.
Okay.
A lot of other ones.
Thank you very much, Terry Keenan. A little takeaway here. There is some good news here, because the lower dollar means that there is a lot of buying of U.S. products because they're cheaper, and really it helps us stay out of recession. So there's good and there's bad with everything. Teacher busted in Mexico with one of her students, a 13-year-old boy. Well, now she's in a lot of trouble, and he can't come back to the U.S. We'll take a look at what's going on.
Because Fox is where the news is.
I'm going to tell you a little government secret. If you're disabled and you can't work anymore, you may be eligible for Social Security benefits right now. Call 1-800-66-BINDER. Your benefits shouldn't be a government secret.
Nasal sprays? Ooh, I'm shaking in my boots. Huh? Mucinex nasal spray?
New Mucinex Full Force Nasal Spray. Specially made to clear even the toughest mucus out of your nose for 12 hours. Mucinex in, mucus out.
From a meeting in Manhattan to a forum in Asia, Davos, Frankfurt, St. Petersburg, person to person, place to place, deal by deal. Wherever ideas and industry come together, wherever money is being made, chances are we're there. And so are our clients. Morgan Stanley, Worldwise.
At VHIX, we believe that shopping for your next car should be almost as much fun as driving it. That's why we've included interactive tools like video buying guides and Carfax reports, backed up by JD Power Circle ratings. Whether it's new or used, the car you're looking for is just one click away. Find your next car at VHIX. Roadmap to the automotive world.
When it's cold and windy and the temperature's dropping, who do you call? Who should you know? Go with the flow, call ThermoFlow.
Hi, Dave Lennox here. To find out how the quality of Lennox can keep you warm and cozy this winter, plus save you up to 60% on today's energy costs, call my good friends at ThermoFlow. A fresh approach to fresh air.
Go with the flow, call ThermoFlow.
So when are you going to call ThermoFlow?
Slipping and sliding on a frozen pond. All the snow is turned to ice. Going home to hang up festive lights. Gonna look real nice. Happily preparing to be sharing the holidays with one that you love. Holiday with one, share the holidays with one that you love.
Ferocious Fernando Vargas and Ricardo El Matador Mayorga are two boxers who love to fight. The bad blood is still fresh from the last time they met. Now, the street fight moves to the ring on Friday, November 23rd.
What a fight!
Vargas versus Mayorga, the brawl. Don't miss it. Friday, November 23rd, live on Events in Demand pay-per-view.
Vargas versus Mayorga is live November 23rd on Events in Demand.
Back to a stunning story that we touched on earlier. A Nebraska school teacher caught in Mexico with one of her teen students. She's due in court today. Investigators say the two ran off when rumors that they were having sex started to get serious. Now the 13-year-old boy can't come back to our country. Turns out he was here illegally to start with, and he may not be able to come back at all. The 25-year-old teacher now faces multiple felony charges. Late Friday night, the San Diego FBI traveled to Mexicali, Mexico to identify and take Kelsey Peterson into custody. FBI Special Agent in Charge, Keith Slaughter, joins us now on the phone from San Diego. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
So when the agents showed up down there to take her into custody, did she try to run? Did she try to say, it's not me, there's a mistake here? What happened?
No, I mean, from everything I've heard, it went pretty smoothly. And this was a case that had started, from our standpoint, last Thursday, November 1st, and then we were fortunate in a relatively short period of time to be able to, with the great assistance of Mexican authorities, to be able to track both of them down by Friday evening.
Mm-hmm. Now, I know that she is due in court today, very soon, in fact. We'll have it out on Fox in just a little bit. But I had heard earlier this hour that she had told her father about the relationship. From investigative standpoint, does that mean that you bring someone like her dad in and say, what did you know, when did you know it?
Well, today this is her initial appearance, so this means she's going to have the first opportunity, in a courtroom with a magistrate judge to get an understanding of the exact charges that are being presented against her. From there, the case will eventually move back to Nebraska, where it originated, out of our Omaha office in Lexington, Nebraska, where that police department has been involved from the very beginning.
Now, we understand the boy was here illegally to start with. That doesn't really matter when there's a crime against a child, which allegedly is what happened here. But does that in any way hamper the prosecution efforts? Do you guys have to go down there and bring him back in order to testify?
Well, that's something that the prosecutors are ultimately going to have to decide as to, who they're going to bring in this case as far as witnesses and so on. Currently, the boy is with his family down in Mexico. As far as the future of him returning to this country in whatever capacity, court proceedings and so on, that's something that the prosecutors will determine.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us, Keith Slaughter, Special Agent with the San Diego FBI. They're the folks who went down there to Mexico and picked up Kelsey Peterson. Again, you'll see that soon here on Fox News Channel when she goes into court. Thank you, Special Agent. Now, on a side note, how do rogue teachers slip through the cracks? Through shocking loopholes. Now, listen to this, because this really stunned me. Over 2,500 teachers across the U.S. were busted for sexual misconduct in just 4 years, from 2001 to 2005. A list of the offenders is kept by the National Certification Association. But, and doesn't there always seem to be a but, the names are only shared as far as state agencies. And here's where it gets worse. Some teachers can actually avoid being on that list because often schools will allow them to resign with their credentials. They find out, they say, look, this doesn't look right. You know what? You better go find a different job. They say, okay, I'm out of here. What is even more startling, though, is that a leading education expert adds that if an incident is handled internally at one school, a teacher's license may never, ever be even investigated. Now, here's a question for you. Who do you think has the legal rights to your organs if you're an organ donor? Your kidney, your liver, your heart? Some of us in the newsroom were really surprised by this answer. We'll have it for you.
Attention Medicare seniors. Are you tired of storing all those empty oxygen tanks? Home Oxygen 2U introduces amazingly lightweight portable oxygen systems. Enjoy the convenience of filling your portables in seconds, and our systems require no electricity or batteries. To schedule a no-obligation in-home demonstration, call Home Oxygen 2U at 1-800-333-6192. These lightweight portable oxygen systems may increase your independence and can last 6 hours or more based on your setting.
Filling my portable oxygen system is quick and easy.
Nice put. For a no-obligation in-home demonstration of your personal oxygen system, call 1-800-333-6192. We complete all of the Medicare paperwork for you. Our Home Oxygen 2U representatives are standing by. Call now and enjoy the freedom.
Getting important legal documents doesn't have to be expensive or time-consuming. I'm Robert Shapiro, and I created LegalZoom.com with that promise.
Wills, incorporation, living trust, and more. In 3 easy steps, LegalZoom.com helps you prepare quality legal documents in minutes. Over 500,000 Americans have made LegalZoom.com the leader for legal document services. Make a will for only $69. Incorporate a business for $139.
LegalZoom.com. We put the law on your side.
Introducing a world first. Braun Pulsonic. Powered by unique sonic pulses, over 10,000 microvibrations help expose and shave more hair with every stroke for Braun's most thorough shave ever. The new Braun Pulsonic, powered by unique sonic pulses. Voted best electric shave ever. Braun Pulsonic. It's the perfect gift.
Texas now, the heartbreaking story of a man trying to adjust to life as a single father. His wife died suddenly just days after giving birth. But because of a decision she made before dying, their story is also one of inspiration. Dion Anglin from Fox affiliate KDFW has more.
He never planned to be a single father, but Alfonso Solis Jr. is now raising his 6-week-old daughter Emily alone after the sudden death of his wife, 24-year-old Cecilia.
Everything was perfect. She finally got to be a mom. She was looking forward to that, and that was everything that we needed to complete the family. It was just a child.
Cecilia passed away 11 days after giving birth. Later, doctors determined she'd been living her entire life unknowingly with an abnormal blood vessel in her brain. They explained it could have caused her death at any time. With the help of family members, Alfonso is becoming comfortable taking care of his ultimate gift Cecilia left behind, their daughter. But he also feels pride in knowing his wife's prearranged decision to donate her organs has helped extend the lives of 5 others.
I'm happy this young man has a second chance at life.
Including 13-year-old Andrew Madden, who now has Cecilia's heart. A Boston Red Sox fan, Andrew was recognized recently after his transplant surgery when he threw the first pitch during a World Series game last month.
I haven't met anyone yet who received a part of her, but I'm glad that they're alive. I'm glad that they will go on to live long and fruitful lives, I hope. And I just hope that I hope that a little bit of Ceci is within them, that they be nice to people, that they love everybody, that they be kind to everyone.
And lately, while taking it a day at a time, Alfonso relishes one thing in particular.
We had a wonderful life. And that's the one thing that that no one can take away, is that being Ceci, we had a wonderful life.
And she's extending the lives of others. Our thanks to Dion Anglin from Fox affiliate KDFW. Now, a side note, if you think that you have legal rights over your organs and can donate them to anyone you want, think again. Last year, a state court, or Supreme Court, ruled against a man who sued the organization that handled his transplant, accusing them of stealing the kidney that was supposed to go to him. Now, that man ended up dying while waiting for a kidney, even though he thought he was receiving 2 of them from a friend who had died years earlier. Turns out, though, only one of the kidneys made it to this man. And as he was being prepped for surgery, the doctors told him, "I'm sorry, it's damaged. We can't use it." The other kidney actually went to someone else, someone completely different. They didn't know, despite the wishes of the donor, in this case, the wife of the man's friend. Only federally designated organizations get to decide where the organs go. Individual donors have very little say in the matter. The reason is to keep people from selling organs for profit. Well, that will do it from me. I'm Edie Hill. Keep it right here on Fox News Channel. Studio B with Shepard Smith starts right now.
Edie, great day one. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome to the time slot. Edie, Oprah's school sex scandal. Now the question, could she be sued for millions of dollars? That's coming up. But first, nuclear-armed Pakistan teetering on the verge of chaos, breaking right now, live on the scene. Pakistan now in day 3 of a so-called state of emergency, one declared by the president, Pervez Musharraf. As his crackdown on political enemies spread, so does the opposition. Pakistan's constitution has been suspended. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of people arrested, many of them lawyers. Critics calling the move Musharraf's second coup. The situation leaves the U.S. administration in an almost impossible situation. Any option runs the risk of destroying support in a country that's received billions of dollars in aid. All in Wednesday night's Fantasy 5 drawing. The couple says they plan to pay off some bills, buy a video game system, and just get out of hell. But just to visit some family in Georgia. They love it in hell. It's not really warm this time of year, but it's very nice. Back tonight for the Fox Report, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific. Don't miss it. Here's Neil Cavuto.
This is a Fox News alert. The nation's largest bank shaken, but in the end, the nation's largest markets barely stirred. As you could see on the day, the industrials that had carried about 150 points ending with a loss, about a third of that. Here is the problem. We just don't know the extent of Citigroup's problems with bad mortgages. The stock's swinging another 5% today. It's already down 35% this year, and that is despite dumping its CEO and bringing in a Wall Street hero, Robert Rubin, to set things right. To Cheryl Casoni on why this may be a lot more than just Citi. Cheryl.
Well, that is the concern on Wall Street right now, Neil. And you said it, we don't know. That is the phrase I keep hearing over and over. I heard it all weekend from people on the street saying, we just don't know. There's the smartest people in the room right now that are asking the exact question. That's why you saw pressure on Citi again today. The stock down 5%, despite the fact that Chuck Prince got shown the door over the weekend. Now, look, a lot of the same people that are going to be running Citigroup moving forward are the same people. Robert Rubin is included in that group. Were there doing all of the problems. So the question is right now for Citi and for all the other banks in their group is, are these problems over, and are they going to make the necessary changes? The street very nervous about this $8 to $11 billion potential write-down that they're forecasting. What is the fourth quarter going to look like for Citigroup and for everybody else in their sector? Now, here's the problem with Robert Rubin. A lot of people have been talking about him as potentially taking over the helm. He came from Goldman. He was with Clinton. But is he the right guy to actually turn things around at Citi? Remember, the big problem here, and this is the big picture for everybody to understand with this Citigroup story today, is that people quit making their mortgage payments. Citigroup is, on one hand, a lender, so they're losing money there. On the other hand, they were making these complex bets on the mortgage, these mortgage-backed securities we've been talking about for a few weeks. So they're getting doubly hit. The nation's largest bank, certainly somebody to get the street's attention. And right now, all the attention, I mean, Neil, vacations are being canceled right now because people on the street are nervous about Citigroup and about where this is all going to go. So a lot of talk today about this company.
All right, they're canceling vacation, Cheryl. It has now officially become a crisis. Cheryl Casoni, thank you very much.
To them it is.
Well, here's the worry, that we're going to have more worries about maybe more Citigroups out there. Are these realistic worries? Let's ask our market pros, including Jonathan Honig, Terry Keenan, Jonas Max Ferris, and Fox Business Network's Jenna Lee. Jenna, more worries out there?
Well, you know what, it's just like Cheryl said. You have Pandora's box. The name on it says Merrill Lynch. It says Citigroup. You still don't really know what's inside of it. And that question is causing a lot of jitters on the markets. On the other hand, I just talked to an economist today who told me that the fundamentals of the market remain strong. Do you want to put your money in real estate? Do you want to put it in bonds? Stocks looks, pretty good still. So there's still a lot of questions out there about how big this problem really is and how much it really should affect your investment portfolio.
Jenna, stocks look pretty good, but not financial stocks, right? I mean, maybe the Googles, the Apples of the world, Neil, but I just made a list in the cab on the way over here. Every bank I follow is at a new 52-week low. The big ones, the small ones. This just isn't the place to be in the market right now. And it's not just a Citi problem, Neil. It's every bank. It's SunTrust. It's Merrill. It's Bank of America. It's J.P. Morgan. I just think this is still an area to avoid with your money right now.
All right, Terry Keenan, with a lot of these issues, as Jonathan says, at or near 52-week lows, there are always people who are tempted to come in and sniff through the carcasses. Too early to do that?
I think it is. It's tempting because you're still hearing people talk about when they bought Citicorp at $8 a share back in 1991, and, they're still living off that great play. But I think it's too early to step in here. I think Jonathan's right. The financials look terrible. I mean, when you have the biggest bank and the biggest brokerage firm in the country, literally leaderless, and that's what they are. Bob Rubin is just stepping in interim. He does not want this job. He's 69 years old. He's done with his career on Wall Street. So when you have those two companies and no one knows the extent of the losses, it's time to step aside, at least for a while.
Okay, if that's true, Jonas, and there's more bloodletting to come, the markets have been resilient in the face of this, and Jenna pointed that out, but there's a limit to that, is there not?
Well, right, because right now people still think it's banks, essentially. There's other financial services companies that aren't even down that much, like mutual fund companies. It's really people involved directly in the mortgage, whether they're loaning or they're investing in it. But I think we're pretty close to bottom in banks. I haven't picked any banks yet on the shows in the last few years. But I got to say, every time, if you look at Citigroup going way back to the 80s, that stock falls 50% during every default crisis. And there's been like 5 or 6 in the last 25 or so years. And it always comes back double within like a year or two. And if you go back to the real buying opportunities, there's always a default behind it. WorldCom bonds, go to the 1990 commercial mortgages was the thing there. We had a 17% default rate in commercial mortgages. Everyone thought they were going to go broke. Single digit Citigroup and Chase stock. They came back. The 80s, we saw it was the emerging market, early Latin American defaults in the early 80s. We saw the Russian default in 98. These stocks were hammered.
So you think that this might be a time to reassess?
We're very close.
You know,
we're very close. I think we need one cleaning event. I'd say a big bankruptcy for some bank or a bailout. We haven't had that yet. Something that really gets everybody scared and draws over to the regular market. Then you're going to see a smart investor like a Buffett or somebody come in and buy one of these banks on the cheap. And then we're going to look back in 5 and 10 years and say, why didn't we get Citigroup when it was at $12 again? That sort of a thing.
I don't see that yet, Jenna. I don't see Warren Buffett or the Peter Lynch of this day coming forward and buying these guys yet.
Well, exactly. There's still a lot of questions, as we were just talking about. And you know what? If you're confused out there and you don't really know what's going on with this mortgage crisis, guess what? People at the top are also confused, and they're losing their jobs. So, I mean, when you look at that, there's still a lot of questions that need answers.
Indeed. And we don't have them, but we know the questions to ask. Guys, thank you all very much. Well, some Democrats are already demanding a federal bailout for this mortgage mess. The question is, who gets bailed out, and will Citigroup's troubles seal the deal? Jerry Boyer says, well, the worst thing you could do right now is bail anyone out. He is with Benchmark Financial Network. Jerry, you're worried about what?
Well, I'm worried that the entity that is more responsible for the financial crisis than any other, government, is going to be called to solve the problem that they created. I mean, sort of the untold story of the subprime credit crunch meltdown, whatever you want to call it, is the degree to which government caused it. Regulators, the Federal Reserve Bank, which, let's admit, at the last few years of Alan Greenspan was extremely erratic in its interest rate setting. I mean, this is the sort of thing that created this chaos.
But you know what I'm saying, Jerry? The people who advocate these type of bailouts are saying if the Treasury or the Fed or the government in general cast a blind eye or, in fact, encourage this type of activity and individuals were caught up in it, don't they have a right then to be helped?
Yeah, but we don't help individuals when we bail out big banks. We help billionaire bankers. I mean, you can make a reasonable case that there are people who took out subprime loans that didn't know what they were doing and that maybe we can help them. Poor people, people who were deceived, for instance. But bailing out these banks, I mean, I know people say the bank's too big to fail. But if it's too big to fail, it's too expensive to save. So, I mean, I really have my doubts about government saving us in this situation.
And you would advocate against it doing so, right?
I would. Look, I mean, the market just acted. Chuck Prince was not, in my opinion, a very good CEO. He was in over his head. He was out of his depth. The market figured it out. The shareholders figured it out, and he's gone. That makes sense. That's how it's supposed to work.
All right. That's assuming that he was the only guy who was in over his head, right?
That's true. Well, there are a lot of guys who are traders over there who went over their head, and they got thrown into the volcano. And I think Chuck Prince said, if I throw these guys overboard, I'll be saved. But I think the board of directors understood that he made some bad calls. He's not really a banker. He's a lawyer. I don't think he really understood what's going on financially, and he went. That's how the system's supposed to work. It cleanses itself.
So this is really about attacking the lawyers. I can grasp that. Jerry,
yeah,
thank
sure.
you.
Makes sense, right?
Thank you very much, Jerry Boyer. Well, if troubles at home are not enough to unsettle investors, how about this? Violent demonstrations in Pakistan today. Police clubbing rioters ignoring all-night curfews, and President Pervez Musharraf ignoring a constitution simply to extend his power, which has the White House seriously reconsidering extending any more financial aid to this once vital ally in the region. Just moments ago, President Bush calling on President Musharraf to relinquish his army post and hold elections as soon as possible. Now, what if Pakistan falls and al-Qaeda gains control of its nukes, to say others? Let's ask terror analyst Mansoor Ijaz. Mansoor, how slippery is this?
Well, Neil, I think as far as the nuclear issue is concerned, we have to put it in the following perspective. It's not Pakistan's nuclear weapons that are really the problem here. It's the use of, or the misuse of these unregulated fissile materials, plutonium, enriched uranium, uranium waste, plutonium waste, things of that nature, If those got into the wrong hands, they then enable an al-Qaeda type of organization to have in its hands the necessary capability to build a radiation dirty bomb that could then end up on our shores somewhere. That's what I think the real problem is as far as Pakistan's nuclear program is concerned.
But Mansour, now Pakistan does have nuclear capability, right?
Yeah, no, they have
All right,
the weapons.
So
they have
if an extreme group were to take over that country, all this time we've been focusing on Iran, right? And maybe we're focusing on the wrong country.
No, again, like I said, the problem with thinking about this as a nuclear, weapons issue is that nuclear weapons are very regulated instruments. And even if there is a leader in control of a certain component of the government, that does not mean that they have control of the launch codes or the other things that are involved in being able to launch a nuclear strike. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, so bottom line, not so friendly characters could potentially take over this government, right?
No question about that. That's the biggest risk. If we look at our situation in Pakistan a week or 10 days or a month from now, there are two scenarios that can materialize. One is a civil war, where you have a situation in which these lawyers that are out being, dragged into police paddy wagons and stuff like that come out in hundreds of thousands of people, and the Pakistan army is forced to turn their guns on them. Or the second scenario is one in which you potentially could see the Islamist elements inside the army and intelligence services turn on Musharraf himself. And then we have a real problem on our hands, because then the people who control the physical assets are the very people that we've been trying to defeat in this war on terror right on Pakistani soil for the last 7 years.
All right, let's say that Musharraf does return to constitutional law here. This crisis abates. It does kind of remind us that Pakistan is at least an unstable ally. So going forward, how do we deal with them? We've already given them, what, 11 billion plus? How do we deal with them?
If I were the President of the United States, I would send Dick Cheney, who knows President Musharraf very well personally, over to Pakistan, and I would ask Dick Cheney to convene a meeting of all the Army Corps commanders that are running the physical assets of the country. I would tell Musharraf and the Corps commanders in separate meetings that if they do not bring the Constitution back, restore the judiciary, and hold the elections on time, the spigot turns off. Be sure that if the spigot turns off, these Corps commanders are going to have a long discussion with Musharraf about whether his political gambit, based on an egotistical fight with the Chief Justice of the country, was worth it or not.
All right, he very quickly could argue these very things you want me to extend rights to, or these very people, are the ones who mean you and me no good.
The problem is that he knows that's not the truth. His fight with the Chief Justice is only because he promised to bring the judiciary up to full strength in return for being elected as president with the Army uniform on, and he reneged on his part of the deal. That's as simple as that. And he has to fix that to make it work.
Mansour, thank you very much.
Good to be with you.
All right, meanwhile, passengers forced to fly a plane with a 5-foot chunk of the wing missing. A story you won't believe. And Oprah speaking out on the sex abuse scandal at one of her all-girls schools. Why is someone here saying that Oprah is getting what she deserves?
Some are calling Lions for Lambs anti-American. Could it ruin the careers of Cruz and Redford? We examine the ticking Tom bomb. Plus, as Hillary was hammered by rival Dems, what did her body language say? Our expert dissects her dreadful debate on the Vanguard.
What do you get at Scottrade besides $7 trades?
I get Dow Jones News for investors, free streaming quotes, and research I can really use.
That's why we're here.
You're always finding ways to keep things interesting. Don't let erectile dysfunction get in the way. Viva Viagra! Viagra, America's most prescribed ED treatment, can help you enjoy a more satisfying sexual experience. To learn more, dive into Viagra.com. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease in vision or hearing. Now's the time to make your move. Ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
I've never had a fitness trainer. I've never had a swing coach. I've never had a sports psychologist. But what I do have is a really good club engineer. I suggest you get one of those. It's a lot cheaper than therapy.
Treadmill on.
Blinds closed.
Store open?
Not everything responds to your voice like Sync. Introducing Sync.
Play artists, The Strokes.
Voice activate your MP3 player, Bluetooth phone,
Call home.
hello, and more. Sync, powered by Microsoft, exclusively on new Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury vehicles.
Why do investors who try Scottrade stay with Scottrade?
They don't care about merging or selling out. They care about customers like me.
Copy that.
A private call made public using racial slurs got his cable reality show booted off the air. As his career hangs in the balance, Dwayne Dog Chapman speaks out for the first time. It's a Hannity and Combs exclusive. Then Greta goes inside the desperate search for Stacey Peterson on the record.
All right, the markets today. Citigroup shares leading, blue chips into negative territory. Growing concerns that this mortgage mess could get messier. The Dow dropping 51, the NASDAQ down 15, the S&P 500 falling about 7.5 points. In the meantime, I want you to take a look at this. A plane loses a 5-foot chunk of its wing in a runway collision at London's Heathrow Airport. And the pilots tell passengers later on it's okay, the plane is safe to fly. Now, some of those passengers reportedly had to fight to get off the plane. My next guest says this would never happen here, and it's just another example of how flying overseas is simply more dangerous. He is aviation security analyst Michael Boyd. Now, Michael, we called Sri Lankan Airlines, the airline in question here. The airline says that the wing in question was indeed repaired, took off without further incident, but the passengers tell a different story. You're saying regardless, it would not have been allowed to happen in the U.S., right?
No, the wing was broken. Yes, it may have been solid, it may have been inspected, but the fact is you have a winglet out there that was there for a purpose and it was broken off. I mean, really, clearly, if nothing else, you're making a fool of your airline by flying an airplane, especially after you hit another one with it the day before.
All right, now, what was odd in this case, Michael, is that the people who boarded this plane in London that day, they're looking at this 5-foot chunk missing and saying, you know, guys, we don't feel too cool about this. After fighting back and forth, they're ushered off the plane. They come back the next day, same plane. So they went ballistic, right?
Well, absolutely. And the airline probably had it inspected and said, it's okay, it's no big deal. It's just there to reduce drag or do something like that. But the fact is, it is a broken wing. I wouldn't get on that airplane, and the airline was out and out foolish to even operate it that way. I mean, if you see that taxiing by, hey, honey, there's Air Lanka. Let's get on that airplane because it's broke. Not going to happen in the U.S.
All right, but how would you know in the U.S. if something was quickly patched together? How would you know?
Well, you really wouldn't, but in this case, you saw something missing with a jagged edge on it. You know, in the U.S., you got to be careful. I mean, we have safe airlines here. We truly do. So if someone says, I can't see my aura, I want to get off, get that person off the airplane. But overall, if you see something like a leaky wing or something like that, you know, normally someone outside is going to find that in the U.S., but a U.S. carrier would never do this kind of nonsense.
All right, but London is not exactly a third world airport, right? I mean, they must have standards they try to apply there that we do here, right?
Well, yeah, but that's the airport. The airline involved was from Sri Lanka. I mean, I don't know what their standards are, but I guarantee that in this country, if you see a broken winglet, not just not there, but broken off, I don't care what kind of an inspection they had, an airline is going to pull that into a hangar, fix
wouldn't
it before
wouldn't
they
an
carry 'em
airport,
back.
it's a dumb question on my part, Mike, but wouldn't the airport itself have standards?
Well, no, not really. The airport would say, you know, to the pilot in command, is the airplane safe? If he says yes, they got no yay or nay about it. But the real issue here is you do have a wing on an airplane that looks like it's been chewed off. If I'm a passenger, I'm getting off that airplane as quick as possible.
So bottom line message for flyers is what?
Well, look, if you're on a U.S. carrier, you're about as safe as you can possibly get levitating yourself on a big piece of metal. I'd be very careful with some of these other airlines. This one involved, I wouldn't get near with a barge pole.
Wow. Yeah, apparently the people on that flight didn't want to get back on it either. Mike Boyd, thank you very much, aviation security analyst joining us in Denver. Well, people who hate cell phone talkers so much, they are breaking the law to simply shut them up. What if you could do that? What if you had a gizmo or a mechanism to do just that, to get these people from yapping on a phone? Would you use it? Would you do it? Why, some people are, and it's causing a big fuss.
Because Fox is where the news is.
Successful investors read Investors Business Daily. While other national newspapers have cut back on the crucial investing information you rely on every day, Investors Business Daily has added even more ways to help you find winning stocks. IBD's tables list 3,000 stocks daily, twice our nearest competitor. IBD rates each stock's earnings growth and relative price action, key elements in winning stocks. No other paper does this. IBD tells you each stock's industry strength, plus stocks being bought or sold by mutual funds and professionals. No other paper does this. IBD gives you changes to each stock's trading volume, a key measure of a stock's appeal. No other paper does this. That's why IBD is the #1 financial newspaper for new or experienced investors who want to substantially improve their results and make money. Call 1-800-439-8065 to get the paper free for 2 weeks. Plus, you'll get free access to the powerful investing tools at our website, investors.com. There's no obligation. Call now and get your free trial today.
I gotta tell you, business is booming. FedEx helps solve all our shipping challenges. Overnight, ground, even the heavy stuff. FedEx Express also ships internationally. These things are selling like hotcakes in India. India, huh? Now, isn't it difficult to ship there, with customs and all? Yeah. With online tools and a dedicated customer service team, FedEx makes it easy.
Goose, this is Iceman. We've got a wild bird.
FedEx. International shipping made easy.
This is one way to find out what your home is worth. Or simply go to housevalues.com. Find out what your home is worth free at housevalues.com. For your free home value report, go to housevalues.com.
Now I had the time of my life, and I owe it all to you.
Get up to 50% off depending on date of travel. Call 1-800-SANDALS or visit our website.
What do you get at Scottrade besides $7 trades?
I get Dow Jones News for Investors, free streaming quotes, and research I can really use.
That's why we're here.
You will all bow down to me. See what comes of those who disobey our laws.
Assassin's Creed. Available November 14th. Rated M for mature. Check out exclusive behind-the-scenes videos only at GameInvasion.net/Assassin's Creed.
Why do investors who try Scottrade stay with Scottrade?
They don't care about merging or selling out. They care about customers like me.
Copy that.
Well, shutting up cell phone yackers on the train, at the movies, on the street, in a restaurant, using something like this. It's called a cell jammer. It's illegal here, actually, but if reports are right, more and more Americans are buying them to just shut other people up. Nicholas Thompson sees nothing wrong with that. Nicholas is a senior editor over at Wired Magazine. How does this work, Nicholas? It shuts out cell phone conversations, or what?
It sends out a massive radio wave, which then blocks communication between the cell phone and the cell phone tower. So if you're talking, boom, suddenly it's like you're going through a tunnel.
Okay, so if you're running a business or a library, you might welcome something like this, and you could be buying something like this, right?
Well, absolutely. I mean, for example, let's say you run a library. It would be a great device to have. You run a movie theater. There are lots of places where most of the people there don't want to be distracted. Some of the people there want to talk on their phone, and there's no penalty, but those people are distracting and irritating everybody else around them. So if you run a business and you want the most people at your business to have the best experience, you might want one of these.
All right, this has become a fuss because it is illegal, right?
Right.
So how are people getting around purchasing something illegal?
Well, some people are making them themselves, and some people are buying them from international locations and stores.
Okay, now the range and the radius that you're knocking out could be anywhere from a few feet to more.
A few feet to 20 feet. I mean, there are some dangers. You wouldn't want to knock out somebody's cell phone and then have an emergency come up and have them not be able to dial 911.
Or if you're on a plane and you're knocking it out, you could conceivably be knocking out
Right, you could knock out some other stuff. That would be a very bad idea.
Generally not good. Yes. All right, but obviously it says something of our times, Nicholas, that these have become very popular because people aren't recognizing standard rules of etiquette and behavior with this stuff.
People don't recognize standard rules of etiquette, and there's also something very interesting biologically. We're hardwired so that when you hear one person talking and nobody responding, you think they're talking to you. Two people talking at the same volume, you sort of cancel it out. You don't worry about it. But somebody talking and no response, you think, hey, that's for me.
Yeah, but I'm annoyed by the people who yell into a cell phone. These days, even the worst of the cell phones is fairly good. You can have a normal conversation, but you notice they're always yelling.
And they're yelling about their personal lives.
And I don't want to know.
You just don't want to hear about it.
And I don't want to know.
And you're on the train, you're trying to do your work, you're late, you just want them to be quiet and...
Well, where is this all going? Obviously, people are ignoring those etiquette rules in theaters and restaurants, like I say. So can you picture the day coming where this would be then legal to go ahead and buy these?
My hope is that in not so distant future, restaurants or businesses are able to say, hey, this is a cell phone free zone, put up a sign so that if there's an emergency, you know you have to go outside and make a call, and say you are willingly entering this cell phone free zone so you won't sue them if there's an emergency and something happens to you, and then they're allowed to use jammers. That's my hope for the future.
But if someone suspects that a jammer is being used, he could file a suit, right?
He could, right now. So if I am using a cell phone jammer against you, somebody else, or you have a heart attack, and somebody can't dial 911 on your cell phone that drops out of your pocket, I'm in big trouble.
If you're using it at a restaurant and you choke on the veal dish, it's really like a double-edged sword, I guess. All right, Nicholas.
Disaster.
Disaster. Nicholas, thank you very much. I'm all for these things, by the way, but we'll see what happens. Thank you very much. A quick look at Fox stocks right now. Jeffrey Bewkes is replacing Richard Parsons as CEO of Time Warner. It's effective January 1. Bewkes is now President and Chief Operating Officer. Parsons will stay on as Chairman of the Board. Time Warner shares down slightly today. The first trillion-dollar company has been born in China, PetroChina, now worth upwards of that. After its first day of trading in Shanghai, it is valued at more than ExxonMobil and GE combined, again, at least on paper. Dell stock down a bit today. The computer maker agreeing to buy data storage company Equalogic for $1.4 billion. And Janelle Bunchen is now the killer figure and apparently a killer head for figures. The world's richest model reportedly refusing to accept her pay in dollars. She wants euros or just about anything else. Published reports say that her manager is concerned about the depreciating value of the greenback, but her agent is denying this story. And using this video was purely accidental. Meanwhile, Oprah taking full responsibility today for the sex abuse scandal at one of her schools. Why someone here says it is not enough. That debate is next.
After the Bell is brought to you by the Royal Bank of Scotland.
Douglas, from the conference.
James Anderson. Oh, yeah, yesterday, yeah. That's a lot of green.
What kind of bird is that?
What's that? I don't know. It's okay, guys. I've done a course. What? Positive thinking. Positive thought makes a positive impact. Okay? Positive thought has a positive impact. Look at me. That's right, okay. Come on.
Talk is no substitute for action.
That's the power.
Make it happen. The Royal Bank of Scotland Group.
I am good.
Yes, you are.
The wheels on the car go round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels on the car go round and round all through the town. The hill descent control goes down nice and slow, nice and slow. The hill descent control goes nice and slow all through.
Introducing the all-new XC70 crossover from Volvo.
Lease a 2008 Volvo XC70 for $399 a month for 24 months. $3,443 cash due at signing.
Can you see it? It's your commute, your way of life. Here, more than 28,000 feet below the surface, setting half a dozen world records for technological innovation without a single safety or environmental incident. As the world demands more energy, we attempt the extraordinary to power the world right now. This is the power of human energy.
I don't have prescription drug coverage.
We don't either. They all need a break on their prescriptions, and they all got one by getting this card, the Together RX Access Card.
That's for people like us.
People who don't have prescription drug coverage. Most cardholders save 25 to 40% on brand name prescriptions. You can save on generics, too. It's free to get, and it's free to use. If you meet these requirements and your household income isn't more than what you see here, then you qualify for the card. So call today or apply online.
The massive effort to transform Michigan's economy into a high-tech powerhouse is making big gains. The Michigan Economic Development Corporation has been working closely with investors, legislators, and community leaders to help grow business here. So an internet-savvy company like ePrize can thrive in Pleasant Ridge.
Michigan is perfect for us. There's a great talent pool and the right business cost structure. With a ton of support from the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, we're taking full advantage of everything that Michigan has to offer.
And Dow Corning can turn Michigan into the nation's leading Silicon Center.
Thanks to financial and business incentives from the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, our joint venture, Hemlock Semiconductor, will invest more than $1 billion to expand its production of hyperpure silicon for solar panels.
All the production, all the technology, all the innovation is happening right here in the state of Michigan.
We want your business here, and we'll do whatever it takes to make that happen. Log on to Michigan.org today, because wherever in the world you compete, Michigan can give you the upper hand.
I don't feel that it has harmed my personal reputation because I have done nothing wrong. From the beginning, I have only done what I thought was best to protect the children.
Well, Oprah Winfrey today saying the sex abuse scandal at her leadership academy won't damage her good name. So why is my next guest saying that it will and probably should? Radio talk show host Mancow joins me now from Chicago. Why would it damage her?
Hey, Neil, how are you?
I'm fine, sir.
Look, I mean, behind me is the beautiful city of Chicago, and the fact is, around here, I believe she could walk down the river. This woman, I remember the glorified Springer. I mean, she did a show like Jerry Springer. Do you remember the transvestites and all the... It was craziness. And this lofty attitude she now has, and the way she's treated like she's some sort of biblical figure is pretty disgusting. Did you lose my mic?
We did, but
you got me?
You were so
but
loud.
I'm so loud
that we
it doesn't
heard
matter.
Despite it.
No,
but here's what I'm saying.
She's treated like a biblical figure. It's ridiculous.
No. She has done a lot of good with that money. She gives a lot of it away, not only abroad, but here in the U.S.
Not enough,
why
Neil.
should this
not
reflect?
Enough.
Oh, no.
Wait.
Who are you to judge what she should give?
Who are you to judge? Who are you to judge me when I judge her?
No, I'm judging you.
And then who are you to judge
me?
the guy that judges? Look, man, let me tell you something, okay? I live in this city. I drive where Harpo Studios is. I know the area. I drive through miles and miles, not of smiles, but of sadness and devastation. It looks like Beirut, Oprah's old neighborhood. And I know it's very hip to help Africa. I know. But let me tell you, there are kids here in this city, Neil, that could be adopted. I've seen these kids, all right, my man? They need help. Why not help here? Why
she
send your money there?
But Mango, she has helped there. She's helped the little boys and the little girls club of Chicago. She has helped put a lot of kids to school in Illinois. She has gone ahead and not enough. You might say not enough. She doesn't have to do that.
Yeah.
So if she is spending her money here or abroad and doing some good things with it here or abroad, her call, right?
Neil, easy to say for you sitting in New York. I'm just telling you, I drive through these neighborhoods. There's lots of kids out there that could need help and that could use help. And she's building a school in Africa. We know every time we send $1 to Africa, it seems it just goes to corruption. And here we go. Here's more of it. And it reminds me of the Jonestown footage. You remember the few people that escaped from Jonestown in Guyana? They said we had to tell everyone that we were happy all the time. That's what they were told to say to Oprah and the cameras. Act like you're happy all the time. These little girls wanted an education. Instead, they got put in prison, Neil.
Oh, now let's be careful here. No, let's be careful here. You're not saying you're not saying that girls who would have never had the opportunity to advance in life, her money helped provide that opportunity. That one or two of them are not getting that opportunity?
At what cost? At
what cost?
What cost?
What are you saying at what
cost? They're fondled where there's no checks and balances?
No. They're all fondled? Yeah. Come on.
Neil, I didn't say they're all fondled, but do you remember the footage from Jonestown? Do you remember the footage of Jane Fonda and the prisoners?
No, come on now. You're a very smart guy. You are equating. You are equating what happened in Jonestown to what's happening at Oprah's schools. Now, even you would have to say that's a stretch.
You know, how crazy? What's going on here? No, what are you talking about? No, I'm not saying they committed suicide and it was some kind of religious cult. I'm saying that the kids were ordered to act happy the same way all the kids at Jonestown in Guyana were told to act happy. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Are you saying that they were all unhappy then?
Neil, I don't know. I know that a few were unhappy that they're not at the school that they were fondled, and Africa is a very corrupt government. There's no one there to watch them. I'm saying that Oprah could help American kids, Neil. Her own neighborhood sits in shambles, Neil. I drive through it, okay?
All right, but my point is, all right, you can always argue there is more money and more conditions you could address here, there, everywhere. Okay. The fact is that she's done, both. And I'm just saying that, yeah, you can quibble with where she decides to spend her money, but you can't quibble that she's been spending it and trying to do some good, right?
Look, are you trying to brainwash me? Use your Jedi trick, Cavuto? No, look, of course. Yes, Oprah's great. Must obey Cavuto.
No. This is where you come in and saying, I need to watch Fox Business Network, FBN.
Yes, must watch. Has she done some good? Absolutely. But let me say this. Most important, Neil. Ellen had Iggy. Oprah has this. Maury Povich, you need a scandal. That's your Cavuto kicker. Wrap it up, guys. Let's go home. That's it. That's the kicker. Use that soundbite. Don't use the rest of my appearance.
I should have cut your microphone and left it that way at the beginning. All right. Well, good luck coming out of your shell, Mike. I think it's working. And always good having you, my friend. Thank you very much.
Love you, Neil. See ya.
All right. Thank you in Chicago. We have a lot more after this, including the difficulties of getting a loan. Why?
Where you go in life is up to you. There's one airline that can take you there. United. It's time to fly.
Things you can do with one finger. Amuse a baby. Declare your team's supremacy. Prove your sobriety. Make toast. Identify a murderer. Get to know your doctor. Save Holland. Reallocate your entire investment portfolio with E-Trade and get free independent research. Tell your expensive broker where to go. All it takes is one finger. It's easy, it's extraordinary, it's E-Trade.
You're having the little plastic dinners again?
Oh, jeez.
Ooh, you go all out, huh? Of course, it ain't my business.
Well, what do you know about it?
I know about Applebee's new Steakhouse Classics. You choose from 3 of their best steaks, any 2 sides, plus a topping. It's the flavors that bring people together.
You know, you're really helpful. In a creepy, scary kind of way.
I do what I can. Applebee's. Get it together, baby.
It's a big world, and it's my job to shrink it. I'm a model maker. We shrink buildings, we shrink landscapes. I make it really small. So when my doctor said that my going and going was because of an enlarging prostate, I said, how can we bring it down to size? He said, Avodart. He said, Avidart's different because over time, it actually shrinks the prostate and improves urinary symptoms over the long term. Other medicines don't treat the cause because they don't shrink the prostate.
Avidart is for men only. Women should not take or handle Avidart due to risk of a specific birth defect. Tell your doctor if you have liver disease. Rarely sexual side effects, swelling, or tenderness of the breasts can occur. Only your doctor can determine if your symptoms are from an enlarged prostate and not prostate cancer. So have regular prostate exams. Ask your doctor about Avidart today. It's your growing problem. It's our job to shrink it. Avidart.
From America's Newsroom, I'm Heather Nauert. President Bush is promising new help for Turkey as it battles terrorists along its border with Iraq. While meeting with the Turkish Prime Minister today, the president said that the U.S. military will provide intelligence in the battle against the PKK, a separatist group. He calls it, quote, an enemy of Turkey, a free Iraq, and the United States. And kids who get plenty of shut-eye are less likely to be obese. That's according to a new study. Researchers say that an additional hour of sleep decreased children's odds of becoming severely overweight by 40%. Your World returns now, and I'll see you at the top of the hour for the big story. Tonight, Bill Hemmer sits in for John Gibson, and one of the stories we're working on, the search for missing Illinois wife Stacey Peterson, is intensifying as her friends begin to speak out about her marriage. We'll bring you the latest and more. That's coming up at 5 o'clock on the big story. We'll hope to see you then, 5 o'clock.
Citigroup burned by some risky mortgages, but will homeowners pay the ultimate price? My next guest says that it's going to get a lot tougher to get a home loan. Try at least 20% down and a lot of other steps. Stephanie Aberder, I probably woefully mispronounced that, is editor of smartmoney.com. Stephanie, I did woefully.
No, you did a good job. You did a good job.
So what's the rule now when you apply for a mortgage? What criteria do you have to meet?
Well, we're kind of going old school, and by that I mean sort of the lending standards that we saw in the 90s and even in the early 2000s. So you need to have a good credit score. You need to have a down payment.
What's a good credit score?
Well, the average across the country is about 725. That's the median, and that's quite good. It's really when you get down into the 660s and below, and the FICO score runs from 300 to 850. So if you're in that 660 or below, you want to work on improving your credit score before you hit the housing market because you could have some troubles.
All right. You're also returning to the old rules of thumb, 20% down. That's what precipitate all these low mortgages because you didn't have to put 20% down, right?
And it doesn't even have to be 20%. You'd have to pay private mortgage insurance if you put less than 20% down, but what you're not going to see is the 0% down. You can probably get a mortgage even with 3%, but quite frankly, to be in the best financial shape, you want to do more than that, shoot for 20%.
And these no-doc loans where you don't have to verify your income or assets, those days are gone, right? Now you're going to have to, right?
Those days are gone. You're going to have to prove that you do have income to support this mortgage, and you know what? That's a good thing. A lot of people did get into mortgage products that now they can't afford, and they're saying that they didn't understand what they were getting into. So quite frankly, in today's environment, if you're going to get a mortgage, you're probably going to be able to afford it, which is of course a good thing.
All right. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Great seeing you.
Great
She's with smartmoney.com, the editor there. In the meantime, a guy'd have no problem getting a mortgage, but he has a nice home in the North Pole, Santa Claus. But is he setting a bad example for kids? Ahead of the holidays, the fat police are taking on old St. Nick over his belly full of jelly. Of one shopping center in London creating a boot camp so Santa can slim down and be a better role model for kids. Mimi Ross says it's about time. The painfully athletic woman is back again with us, the president of the National Action Against Obesity, and in this case, maybe the Grinch. Mimi. Santa, let me tell you, Santa has lived for a few hundred years eating nothing but cookies.
They must be all organic.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. He's doing all right.
In the imaginary world, he's living an imaginarily long time. You're exactly right, Neil. But in the real world, a guy with a big old belly full of jelly is more likely to have type 2 diabetes.
What if it's not jelly? What if it's just extra cannoli?
It's visceral fat, Neil. You got to get with the program.
So you're saying, wait a minute, Mimi, you're
out.
saying that Santa, an icon, to thin and fat alike, has got to set a better example.
You know, he is a larger-than-life character. We'll give him that. But how large does he have to be now to be larger than the rest of us?
When you were a kid, you left celery out for Santa, didn't you?
No,
yes, you
I
did.
didn't.
This is why he left you cold, and I think you still have issues.
We're getting to the root of this. It's taken us a while, but I'm really glad we've gotten to this place. But before we leave this topic, I'm more into a Jack LaLanne type Santa. That guy's 93, hitting the gym every day. He's robust. What would be wrong with a kind, healthy, Santa. Something you can, you know,
the Santa
baby.
the Santa I know is jolly. Like I said, he's lived a few hundred years eating these cookies, and every single house he went to was pigging down. But he's looking good. I mean, come on.
You know, I think we need something other than a chronic overeater to be our Santa Claus. And no one's saying he has to quickly do the Beyonce diet where he eats cayenne pepper and honey and, you know, goes on a
Beyonce,
starvation
try
diet.
as she might, she's not going to be getting
No,
anything.
she did that before Dreamgirls. She's not doing that
She's
now,
not
thank
doing
goodness.
that now.
No. But, you know, in all reality, the good thing about what they're trying to do in England is they're second-guessing their time-honored traditions, and we need to do that. We have to change our thinking if we're going to do anything about obesity. Santa, it's funny. The guy should, you know, we want him to be healthy. But, you know, in all reality, we do have to question these
kids
things.
will welcome a thin, even a cut Santa?
I've never seen him, like, you know, stripped down. Like, we're not suggesting a naked, like, ripped Santa,
I'm just
right?
thinking,
Santa, where's
like,
your six-pack?
if I see some thin, lanky dude as a Santa, I'm thinking, I know Santa.
But who's better off
You're
at
not
delivering
Santa.
millions and millions of packages? He's circumnavigating the globe. A guy who's fit and healthy. I'm telling
Well,
you,
you know
Jack
what?
LaLanne.
A fat guy has gotten all that done, and then some. The entire planet, a single night, keeping that weight on. Not bad, not too shabby.
Well, then you're part of the fat acceptance
No,
groups.
you're going after the Easter Bunny next, aren't you?
We'll talk
You're
in the
cutting
spring.
down one icon after another.
I
Why?
know, Girl
What are you
Scouts,
after?
Santa, you never know.
You're
where
after
else.
the Girl Scouts too?
Why should
With the
they?
cookies?
You know I am. Let's talk about it in the spring.
Really?
Neil, why are they make
Mimi,
$700 million?
I know. You know what I think? Mimi, I know in your quieter moments when no one's looking, you are just downing like a big old waffle of Pop-Tarts and something, but
You think so?
I do. I
Well, I'm going to say
Real quickly,
silence
this
on
year
that.
for Santa, what should
Yeah.
I leave? You're saying maybe some carrots
Look, everyone else
and
is
yogurt.
leaving carrots. Everyone else, I'm sorry, no
Here's
one's
what
leaving
I'm thinking.
carrots.
You know, if I
Yeah.
do that, Santa comes to my house, sees the carrots, nothing. No one's getting anything in my house.
Do this. If you're going to leave cookies, at least leave the kind that are made of wholesome ingredients and not all this toxic crap that's in all the food. So go with something non-processed. But everyone
toxic
else,
crap?
yes, trans fat, food coloring. Are you trying to kill Santa or do you want him to come back next year?
Well, you know, Santa just keeps coming back year after year, and I fed him more swill than he's doing all right. But Mimi, you know you're not getting anything for Christmas, nor should you. Mimi Roth.
Once again.
Mimi Roth, really, she has our interest at heart. She's just not one you want to go out to eat with. All right, when we come back, Hollywood writers are on strike, one of their own calling them a bunch of pansies after this.
The world, the markets, the flow of ideas, the flow of money, experience, the flow of goods, reputation, capital, knowledge of the marketplace, research, the political reality, the economic reality, practical reality, relationships, brain power, the wisdom, the world. Morgan Stanley, Worldwise.
Everybody's looking for the perfect home, but you can get there first with free listing alerts from JustListed.com. Don't miss out on the perfect home. Go to JustListed.com now. That's JustListed.com.
Afraid to show your face? Not me.
Finally, a breakthrough solution for red, irritated skin. Aveeno Ultra Calming Moisturizer with natural feverfew proven to reduce redness fast.
When you've got healthy, beautiful skin, you're not afraid to show it.
Aveeno Ultra
Take the comforts of home with you with Pivot, a new service from Comcast and Sprint. Watch Comcast Mobile TV and browse your home TV listings. Check your Comcast.net email or other email accounts. Even make unlimited calls between your Sprint wireless phone and Comcast Digital Voice home phone without using any wireless minutes. Feel at home anywhere. Add Pivot now. Get the M510 for just $49.99. Pivot from Comcast and Sprint.
He's loud, proud, and now with high def, he's never looked so good. Celebrate the music and mayhem of Hank Jr. in high definition with performances by Tim McGraw, Toby Keith, Steven Tyler, Brad Paisley, Gretchen Wilson, and more. CMT Giants, honoring Hank Williams Jr., simulcast on MHD, Saturday, November 17th at 9, 8 Central.
When it's cold and windy and the temperature's dropping, who do you call? Who should you know? Go with the flow, call
Dave Lennox here. To find out how the quality of Lennox can keep you warm and cozy this winter, plus save you up to 60% on today's energy costs, call my good friends at Thermoflow. A fresh approach to fresh air.
Go with the flow, call Thermoflow.
So when are you going to call Thermoflow?
IQ, do you? Why? Because I like feeling beautiful. I love Bare Essentials. Because it's minerals, not chemicals. Because Leslie Blodgett shows me just what to do. Swirl, tap, pop. Because it's my little indulgence. Because I don't want to shop like everybody else.
Because beauty is essential. Watch QVC November 10th for Bare Essentials and the Bare Gold Color Collection, featured at a special one-day price only on QVC.
Do you? Do you? Do you? IQ. Do you?
All right, well, stars left without writers, hot shows left without shows, period, and signs that it could last a while, maybe quite a while. To Adam Housley on the strike that has Hollywood worried and media giants just plain scared. Adam.
Right now, we're in front of Paramount Pictures right here. In fact, we'll walk over as the picket line crosses the street here along Melrose. There's really two main sticking points why riders went to the lines this morning at 9 a.m. across the country. Well, number one is they want more than a few cents from DVD sales. Number two is really the bigger sticking point, internet. They say that right now a first-run show they get money from on TV, but like Heroes, doesn't rerun on TV. It reruns on the internet, and they get no residuals from that. So this strike could go on for some time. In fact, we talked to one member of the LA County Economic Development, Jack Kaiser. He says this could cost everybody millions of dollars.
When you go on strike, you never really make up the money that you lose by not getting paid one way or the other. So it's going to impact the city, less sales tax revenue because people aren't buying things as much, and this just ripples all the way through.
All right, Neil, this goes on again until 5 o'clock each day, and they're telling us it's going to be going on for some time. We do not have anybody talking to us at this point from the studios. As soon as we get that information, of course, we'll bring it to you. But right now, they've been pretty quiet, Neil, since this strike began at 9 o'clock this morning. Neil?
Adam, they say they're prepared to strike for many months if need be. Do they have the financial resources to weather something that long?
They do. They say they have $12 million set aside right now, Neil. And, you know, the big argument, too, the studios are saying, oh, they get $200,000 a year as the average for a writer. But the writers say it's only $20,000 a year because a lot of them are unemployed or may only have a script picked up every couple of years. So this seems to be, Neil, a pretty strong divide. And as you mentioned, it could be some time before they actually come to an agreement. And they say they have $12 million set aside.
And this is all about just trying to get a bigger chunk of those DVD and related sales?
Well, we heard this morning that they're willing to drop the DVD. Right now, they say they only get a few cents per DVD. They say the bigger argument is the internet, and they cite Heroes, the popular show on NBC, where they say that, you know, the first run they get some residuals from, but the second run's been all on the internet, not on television, and they get nothing from that, they say. And they say that's the future of television, and they need to make sure they get those residuals for now and into the future, Neil. That's the big argument, really, is over the internet.
Thank you, Adam, very much. Adam Housley. Well, Roger Simon is a TV writer who doesn't understand TV writers. Trouble is, Roger has to strike right along with those writers, and he's not happy about it. Roger insists they have nothing to complain about. He joins us from Los Angeles. Roger?
Writer, not a...
I'm sorry, Roger. Did I get that wrong?
Yeah, I'm a screenwriter, and I'm also a CEO of Pajamas Media, an internet company. And the elephant in the room here is the internet. This strike is a big charade because the truth of the matter is the rules of the game are changing entirely, and no one knows what to do. So the studios are wrong, and the writers are wrong.
All right, but the writers...
Everybody's running around like...
Okay, the writers want a bigger chunk of both revenue streams. Are they going to get it?
I don't know. Probably not much. But the point of the matter is those revenue streams are disappearing. The internet, they dream of the internet, but the internet is like Buccaneers land. A whole new game is going to happen for the internet. I mean, people are going to make up their own shows, get on the air. The studios are terrified of this for good reason. I mean, there's nothing to stop someone from making a movie and going on the internet and trying to make money from it. I mean, the whole game has changed.
All right, so let's say the writers belatedly recognize what you have, Roger. Then this strike is pointless.
In a way, it is. It's sad, really, but I mean, it's kind of inevitable. I mean, right now we're coming to a crisis point in entertainment as we know it.
All right,
I mean,
so
it's going to change.
I'm sorry. If then the major entertainment companies are saying, look, this is the way it is, and failing to appreciate the magnitude of the internet, then both sides are going to get screwed, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think this is like a train wreck.
All right.
I mean,
so
and
play
it could
out.
go on
What
for
happens?
months. I think at the end there'll be some kind of settlement, but a lot of people will have lost work they did in the 1988 strike. I mean, not just writers, but dry cleaners and everybody else around Hollywood. And at the end of the day, I hate that phrase, but sorry. At the end of the day, very few differences will have emerged from this strike, very incremental gains. But what will really be clear is that the big winners may be internet companies which spend the time developing their own ways of production.
All right.
Because that's what's going to happen. That's wide open.
Okay. Roger Simon, thank you very much in L.A. Roger Simon. All right, Bill O'Reilly and Warren Buffett and me. I'm going to leave it at that. Next.
In college, I wanted to be an architect. But after my father had a heart attack, I devoted my life to studying the heart.
Inventor of the Jarvik artificial heart, Dr. Robert Jarvik.
Now I trust my heart to Lipitor. Adding Lipitor lowers bad cholesterol 39 to 60% when diet and exercise aren't enough. And Lipitor does more. Unlike Crestor, Vytorin, and Zetia, Lipitor is FDA approved to reduce the risk of heart attack and stroke if you have several common risk factors for heart disease.
Ready, Dad?
Yeah. And Lipitor is one of the most researched medicines. I'm glad I take Lipitor as a doctor and a dad. Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. You need simple blood tests to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor if you're taking other medications or if you have any muscle pain or weakness. This may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect. Lipitor is one of many treatment options to consider with your doctor. Don't wait. Ask your doctor.
Some cars have all the fun. Take the new Mercury Milan. Looks like $1 million. Gets 29 mpg highway. And with plug and play, you're the DJ. So Milan's ready to rock. And now that Milan earned J.D. Power and Associates' highest ranking in initial quality, the party's just getting started. Now lease the Mercury Milan for only $199 a month. You've got to put Mercury on your list.
Korean Air is made of.
Excellence in flight. Korean Air.
Getting to retirement is one thing. But what happens once you're there? That's where the principal can help. Not only are we the nation's 401k leader, we also have many planning tools and investment options to help manage a healthy income during retirement. Because why come this far just to miss all the fun? The Principal Financial Group. We'll give you an edge.
At eHarmony, we match you across 29 dimensions of compatibility. And right now, not only can you log on to eHarmony.com and get your personality profile, you can also review your matches all for free. Aren't you curious to see who you would be matched up with according to compatibility?
He loves me for me.
Visit eHarmony.com and discover what so many singles have found. Log on today and review your eHarmony matches absolutely free. eHarmony.com.
Well, what a week for wannabe presidents, too. Wannabe on your world. Rudolph Giuliani one day, Mike Huckabee another. Sean emails, I really like the way you interviewed Mike Huckabee. It is refreshing to see this type of interview. Keith emails, he's an imbecile. You're a bigger imbecile. Jim Welsh in Oregon, thank you for the classy interview with Governor Huckabee. What a contrast from the shabby way O'Reilly treated him. I now understand your feelings toward O'Reilly. Believe me, it does come out on TV. Speaking of my friend, yes, friend, Bill, do you know I'm still getting lots of reaction to my guesting on his show last week. Karen Smith emails, I heard you're half Irish, and I know Bill is all Irish, so, man, the Blarney was flowing. Loved it. A. Rodriguez, not that A. Rodriguez, is it? Anyway, I love Bill. To be honest, I don't much flip over you. But the two of you together are pretty cool. Bill makes you almost palatable. I said almost. Then I'm still hearing tons about my post-Halloween view of this economy, despite what you're hearing in the media, still far more tricks than treats, so more good news than bad. Jay Dyer in California. Neil, nice work. What is it like to be such a simple-minded lapdog? Tyler in New York City. Hey, Pumpkinhead, shut up. Things stink, and by the way, so do you. Another one that came from CNN. Well, Citigroup tanking, its CEO walking, the Federal Reserve frantically cutting rates one day, adding a ton of cash to calm nerves the next day. Now, amidst all of that, this talk of tax hikes, serious talk in serious times. Never mind the fact I don't believe the mortgage mess is remotely the meltdown it's been portrayed in Washington and elsewhere. Washington says it is, and congressional Democrats and more than a few presidential candidates insist it is. So let us assume for the moment they're right, that it's a crisis. Again, I don't buy that. They do. So what do they do? What do they want to do? Well, they want to raise taxes. Under the guise of fixing the alternative minimum tax, top Democrats are considering one heck of a hike of a general tax, and not just on the super rich, but on those who wouldn't consider themselves remotely rich. More than 4% surcharge on incomes as low as $150,000, and I suspect that is a moving target since last year at this time, the only top Democrats were targeting were the millionaires. Now, if you think the economy is slowing, and if you think more brokerage houses and banks are hiccuping, and if you think more mortgages are swooning, do you really want to be raising taxes on anyone? Apparently some do, ignorant of the fact that the ox you gore today will be the economy you bloody tomorrow. These are dangerous times, my friends, and if we think that we can solve them by hiking people's taxes, anyone's taxes, think again. Tomorrow in Your World, former Attorney General John Ashcroft on the fight over the president's current choice for Attorney General and why the last days of this administration will be raucous. Tomorrow.
There are brand new developments tonight in the Oprah Winfrey school sex abuse scandal. Speaking out today for the very first time about those charges, calling it one of the most devastating experiences of her life. Hello, everyone. Welcome to The Big Story. I'm Bill Hemmer, filling in tonight for John Gibson.
And I'm Heather Nauert. The TV titan says she has suffered deeply over the abuse allegations that have rocked her South African school for girls. Today, she admitted that she broke down in tears after she first heard about the alleged incidents. Take a listen.
When I first heard about it, I spent about a half hour crying, moving from room to room in my house. I was so stunned, I couldn't even wrap my brain around it. But as I said earlier, within the hour, I pulled myself together and started making calls and preparing for what to do next and how to best look after the girls. I met with the parents and their daughters. I apologized for the unfortunate circumstances that we are enduring, and I promised to institute immediate changes to create a new model of excellence in social, emotional, and academic life for girls at the school. This has been one of the most devastating, if not the most devastating experience of my life. But like all such experiences, there's always much to be gained, and I think there's a lot to be learned. What I know is that no one, not the accused, nor any persons can destroy the dream that I have held and the dream that each girl continues to hold for herself at this school. And I am prepared to do whatever is necessary to make sure that the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy for Girls becomes the safe, the nurturing, and enriched setting that I had envisioned. A place capable of fostering the full measure of these girls' productivity, of their creativity, and of their humanity. No matter what adversity these girls have endured in their short lives, and let me assure you, they have endured a lot. Their lights will not be diminished by this experience. I take it very personal. I said to them, I am a mama bear when it comes to protecting my children. These girls are like my children. That's not just rhetoric for me. It's not just a part-time pet occupation for me. I take their futures and the possibility for what their futures hold very seriously. And so in that way, I take it personally. I don't feel that it has harmed my personal reputation because I have done nothing wrong.
Oprah says that she hopes that anyone who is found guilty of abuse at the school is put behind bars. The former dorm matron in question, a 27-year-old woman, faces 13 charges of assault against at least 6 students. She was freed on bail today after telling a judge that she was not guilty. With us now, Extra TV reporter Carlos Diaz and Reputation Management expert Mike Paul. He's here in studio with us. Carlos, let me start with you. This is the first time that we've heard from Oprah talk publicly about this. She was very forceful. Is this over for Oprah? Have we heard it all? Or should we just get ready to hear a whole lot more on this?
I don't think Oprah wants it to be over. I think Oprah wants to come forth and say that she's doing everything she can in this situation, to make things right. And let's not forget, this is kind of a microcosm of Oprah's life, because this school started in January, and early on in Oprah's life, I mean, she had to deal with sexual abuse on a very personal level. She overcame that and is continuing to overcome that in her own success. And I think she's hoping for the same with this school. It's in its infant stages right now. She's hoping that she can wipe the slate clean by clearing house there and learn from this experience and hopefully move on.
Okay, but Mike, how could she not want this to go away? You'd think that this is something that you just want to put behind you.
This isn't an average situation. We know what the rules are with Crisis 101. This isn't Crisis 101. As Carlos is saying, this is personal for her. This is not just in the United States. This is another country. There's a police investigation going on. There are potential felonies going on here. This is a major situation. But
when you manage crisis, how well has she done to this point?
She's done an excellent job. I give her a 10 out of 10. I mean, I think it's that good.
Why wait 3 weeks before the press conference today?
See, it's not about, I've heard that on so many different networks today. It's not about Oprah herself coming out and having a comment. If you were not accountable, if you were not transparent from day one, and they were, through her spokespeople, we found out that she had a private investigation going on, that she was working with the authorities, that she was on the ground down there. She's been down there several times already. So, yes, 3 weeks, no communication. That's not what happened here. 3 weeks not hearing from Oprah. Well, it was time to hear from Oprah because there was an investigation that was going on. And there was also somebody else that was getting out. And she wanted to make sure that she had the preemptive strike before that person or anyone on her team had an opportunity to speak. Okay. And that was the right move.
Carlos, how does Oprah talk her way out of this one?
I don't think she needs to. I think that the actions that she's taken, going back to why it's been 3 weeks since she's talked about this.
Just playing devil's advocate for a minute here. She tells all these gals and their parents that she's going to take care of them, that they won't have to worry about a thing. She provides them with everything that they could possibly ever need. And then this happens. And Oprah said herself today that she knew that sexual assault was a big issue in South Africa, and to not have interviewed people personally for a school that she puts her name on. How do you talk your way out of that?
But so you're saying that Oprah needs to stop what she's doing in America, give up her talk show, and devote 80 hours a week to this school? She's trusted people to do that. But what she's done in this situation is, if you know the facts, only one girl came forth and said that there was abuse. Oprah sent an investigative team down there, and they found 5 other girls who wanted to come forth. But because the matrons at the school were saying, we're putting pressure on the kids not to come forth, Oprah wiped the slate clean, took out all the matrons that were in the dormitories. Now they're gone. So Oprah's doing everything she can in this situation, short of being there 80 hours a week and basically running the school and not running Harpo or her show here in the States.
Mike, she's put $47 million into the school. You've spoken to people who are close to Oprah in Chicago. Is she worried about legal action coming out of this against her? She is one of the most wealthy entertainers in the entire world, one of the richest women in all of America. Showbiz aside, the woman has money.
If you know Oprah, you would understand that that's not even a concern that's at the top of her mind. I'm sure her attorneys are trying to get her to focus there right now. What she's concerned with is these girls. It's the reason why she waited 3 weeks to speak. She wanted to make sure that this problem was taken care of 110% before she came
about
through.
Liability. I mean,
She absolutely.
the Oprah
Don't get me
brand,
wrong.
you can't,
She
doesn't want that
It's not that she's not. I'm telling you where her mind is first. This is a woman who was in a situation like this at these girls' age. For her to overcome that and come forward in such a strong way is an amazing thing. I can't tell you how many clients I would have liked to have had that kind of strength at this period of time. And yes, is she going to be concerned about liability? Yes. Is it top of mind for her? Absolutely not. She's going to continue with the investigation. She's going to make sure these girls are taken care of, and then she'll be thinking from that perspective later.
It was the news we woke up this morning at 8 a.m., right? And what a press conference it was, too. I want to thank Carlos Diaz. Thanks, Carlos.
Thank you,
Mike
Bill.
Paul here in New York. Thanks to you as well, Mike.
Thank you.
Brand new developments now in the search for an Illinois cop's missing wife. Stacy Peterson vanished 8 days ago. And now the nonprofit group out of Texas, EquiSearch, has joined in the search to find her. The head of that organization saying that he's willing to take a chance on finding Stacy even though she's been missing now for more than a week.
Nothing's done, probably zero chance of locating her. If we bring in every resource that we've got, chances might be very slim. But again, I look at our record, and out of 700 plus cases, we found 73, and that's only 10% chance. And I think Stacey's worth taking that 10% chance.
Stacey's sister now says that she thinks Stacey Peterson is dead. And new information tonight is putting Stacey's husband, Drew Peterson, in the spotlight once again. In an email to friends just days before her disappearance, she wrote about her turbulent relationship with her husband. She wrote, quote, "As I mature with age, I'm finding that the relationship I am in is controlling, manipulative, and somewhat abusive. If you could keep me in your prayers, I could use some wisdom, protection, and strength." With us now is the friend who got those chilling email warnings, Steve Caesar. But first, we're going to go to reporter Craig Wall with our Fox affiliate WFLD in Chicago. Craig, what is the latest on the search for Stacey?
Heather, what we're told by the folks from EquiSearch is that they are gearing up to begin their search efforts tomorrow. They're trying, as we speak, to fly in some of their team leaders and coordinators from Texas to come up here. Typically what they will do, they'll go out with a team of volunteers and coordinate the search. These guys are very experienced. They've done many of these searches in the past, 600-700 of them the organization has. So they'll come up here to coordinate that effort. Right now they are setting up at a nearby church, which will be their command post, getting ready for their efforts tomorrow. They've had a boat and a trailer donated by some local agencies, and they'll be using those wherever they decide they need to search tomorrow.
Craig, do they have a best piece of evidence yet? I mean, when they talk about this case being 8 days old, what's their best clue?
I don't know that they have a best clue. It is really the...
Do they have anything?
The totality of the evidence that they have here is circumstantial, that certainly points to problems in the marriage, that certainly indicates from family members that Stacey Peterson would not take off on her own